Chapter 85. Just as Yun Nuashing closed his eyes and waited for his death, the pair of red lips stopped a centimeter above his lips. However, her breath was already on his face, causing Yun Nuashing to panic a little. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the face was just a little bit away from him. The pair of watery silver eyes were looking at him affectionately. His heart suddenly contracted rapidly, and 2 crimson blushes appeared on his cheeks. At this moment, the world seemed to have become very quiet. Only the 2 synchronized heartbeats were beating continuously in Yun Nuashing's ears. When Ming saw this scene, he immediately covered his 2 big eyes with his hands and turned his head to the side, pretending that he didn't see anything. It was very amusing. However, Xian Yin still didn't kiss him. Her soft red lips moved to Yun Nuashing's cheeks and gave him a light peck before retracting her lips. She looked very cute with a smile on her face. When Yun Nuashing saw that Xian Yin only gave him a light peck on his cheeks and blushed for a long time, he heaved a sigh of relief. His heart thumped a little, and he sighed a little worriedly. Then he smiled bitterly in his heart. This kind of fluctuating mood was going to spoil him. Sister. After a while, Xian Yin still let Yun Nuashing stand up. The latter scratched his head embarrassedly and was about to say something. His eyes were fixed on the ground, and he didn't dare to raise his head to look at her. "Oh, Yang Xian Yin, just call me Xian Yin. Brother, just like in the past." Xian Yin used a jade finger to seal his lips and smiled gently. Yun Nuashing nodded blankly. After a while, he said slowly, Xian Yin, you know me?" Xian Yin smiled and nodded. Mei Mao turned around and smiled. "Brother, you once owed me a lot of things. Why don't you pay me back now?" What do I owe?" Yun Nuashing shuddered and took a step back. She laughed dryly and said, "Don't tell me that you owe me something that you can't pay back. Don't tell me that you want to sell me?" Xian Yin winked at Mei Mao and looked slyly at Yun Nuashing. She licked her lips and smiled. "Let's put everything else aside for now. You owe me the most important kiss." Hearing her say this, although he breathed a sigh of relief, he swallowed hard. Although it wasn't something that he couldn't pay back, it was something very meaningful. It was so meaningful that he wanted to beat his old self up and scold. "You King owe me so much. Why do you owe me this thing?" Although that was what he thought, his eyes couldn't help but glance at Xian Yin's tender and rosy lips. They were small and cute, so bright that it seemed like water could be squeezed out of them. He couldn't help but want to have a taste. Yun Nuashing gave himself a slap in his heart. He guiltily turned his gaze away and laughed awkwardly. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly and said, Let me think about it. Can you postpone it? You have to pay back the interest." Xian Yin nodded straightforwardly. It seemed like she didn't expect to succeed in one go. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something. In the end, he just sighed and didn't say anything. Seeing that he wanted to say something but stopped, Xian Yin smiled and didn't let him continue. She said softly, "I can't say too much to brother. Although there are some things that I want to let you know now, I can't. Or rather, we have to let brother have his full strength before he can uncover everything that has been sealed. Right now, brother can only continue to lose his memory." "Why?" Yun Nuashing frowned. If he couldn't recover his memory, then wouldn't he have been out for 3 years to play? And what did she mean by "can't say"? "I know that brother has a lot of things that he wants to know, but for brother's sake, and for everyone's sake, you have to lose your memory until you uncover everything yourself." Xian Yin hugged Yun Nuashing and leaned her head on his chest. Her soft and delicate body pressed against him as she spoke softly. "This world is very chaotic right now. It's rare that it's at an extremely fragile balance point. Some people have sealed an important chess piece that can break the balance and maintain this fragile balance point. However, this is only a fragile balance after all. It can be broken very easily. We've been waiting for the return of that chess piece to break this balance that shouldn't exist and let the world enter a new situation. I'm that chess piece. Yun Nuashing didn't know where to place his hand, so he could only put it down and ask with a frown. He didn't want to be a chess piece that was manipulated by others. I don't know. Xian Yin shook her head and said, Brother is a very important chess piece, but I'm not sure if he's the most important one. In fact, we're playing a game of world flags in this world. Everyone is a chess piece. The difference is that we're all chess players. We're all chess pieces with consciousness. We won't be manipulated by anyone and will act according to our own orders. Yun Nuashing was confused. However, he still heaved a sigh of relief after knowing that he wasn't being controlled, even though he didn't quite understand what it meant. Xian Yin hesitated for a moment, but still told Yun Nuashing about the life contract. This surprised him for a while. He didn't know whether to be shocked or distressed. It was as if a bottle of mixed feelings had been knocked over in his heart. He didn't know what to feel. Why are you doing this? Since I've already forgotten everything. There's no need for you to do this. Yun Nuashing didn't understand. He really didn't know what kind of relationship he had with her in the past. However, he was sure that there was nothing between them now. Their lives were connected by a God, which made him puzzled. It wasn't that Xian Yin had done anything wrong. He just felt that it wasn't worth it for her. Just because you're my brother, this principle transcends all the laws in the world. No matter if it was in the past, now, or in the future, you're still you. That's enough for me. I let you go once, but this time I won't let you be alone again. Xian Yin smiled and threw herself into Yun Nuashing's arms to listen to his heartbeat. This action had been so long ago that she almost forgot what it felt like. Yun Nuashing scratched his head. His face was still burning. Based on what Xian Yin said, their relationship in the past was definitely not ordinary. However, he had lost his memories now, but she still remembered. What kind of expression should he use to face this person who used to be an acquaintance? Although our lives are connected, I won't interfere with everything that you do. I'll only help when you're in danger. Everything else will depend on you. You still have to find everything about yourself. Xian Yin bit her red lips and said apologetically, I'm sorry. Although it's cruel, it has to be like this now. It's not time to break this fragile balance. You must not know anything now. But I'll be by your side along the way. I won't let you go alone. But I already know. Didn't you say that you wouldn't say too much? Why do I feel like you've already said a lot? Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. How could he pretend that he didn't know after all that was said? He would subconsciously pretend that he knew. So now, I'm going to seal a part of your memories. You still can't know some of the things that we talked about just now. Xian Yin forced a smile and slowly reached out her hand to place it on Yun Nuashing's forehead. She said, helplessly, I haven't talked to you in a long time. I can't help but want to tell you everything, but Yun Nuashing blinked and smiled to show that he understood. Then he closed his eyes obediently. She stood on her tiptoes and lightly kissed Yun Nuashing's cheek, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. A bright silver light gushed out from the string sound jade's hand and drilled into Yun Nuashing's forehead, completely sealing away a part of the memory from just now. When the silver light disappeared, Yun Nuashing opened his eyes in a daze. He looked at the girl in front of him and smiled unnaturally. That, Xian Yin, can you let go of me? No, brother, just stay like this. Hearing this, Xian Yin stuck out her tongue and unwillingly leaned her face against Yun Nuashing's chest. She hugged Yun Nuashing's jade-like arms even tighter. Yun Nuashing was embarrassed. He really didn't know how to face someone who knew him but didn't know him. Moreover, this warm embrace made him feel an inexplicable throbbing. His arm couldn't help but want to reach out, causing him to fiercely bite the tip of his tongue and quickly suppress this impulse. In the end, he still reached out and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. There wasn't a ripple in his heart, nor was there any reverie. It was just a habitual hug. There wasn't any special meaning behind it, although the girl in his arms might not think this way, because it was obvious from the way she smiled. However, he didn't explain anything. It was better not to break her dream. Xian twisted her slender waist and pressed her entire body against him. She leaned her face against his shoulder and tiptoed slightly. Her pink lips couldn't help but lean towards Yun Nuoxing's lips. Cough! Before Yun Nuoxing could stop her, a thunderous cough suddenly resounded. The two people who were stuck together like glue were stunned for a moment. Then, Xian quickly broke away from Yun Nuoxing's embrace. A faint blush appeared on her beautiful face. She looked to the side guiltily and played with a strand of silver hair. As for Yun Nuoxing, his entire body stiffened when he heard the cough. Of course, he could tell who the cough belonged to. He stiffened his body and slowly turned around. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Sister, are you done with the test? How was the result?" The first person he saw was still Yun in her fluttering red dress. At this moment, she narrowed her eyes at Yun Nuoxing and smiled mysteriously. Yun Nuoxing shuddered violently. Then, she took a step forward and patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder. There was a hint of relief in her voice as she said, "Little star, you've finally grown up. I won't stop you from finding a girlfriend. However, can you explain the carelessness of love at first sight now?" "I." Yun Nuoxing was dumbfounded. His face twitched, and he couldn't say a word. After patting Yun Nuoxing's face, Yun ignored the stiff Yun Nuoxing and walked in front of Xian. She leisurely extended her jade-like hand and smiled. "How should I address you, little sister?" Xian was a little unnatural. In terms of age, she was much older than Yun. In the end, she was addressed as little sister. However, her pretty face was still very calm. She also extended her jade-like hand and gently shook it. She smiled and said, "Ouyang Xian, what's your name?" Yun. Retracting her jade-like hand, Yun looked at Yun Nuoxing and smiled at Xian. Then she said in a relieved tone, "I'll leave my stupid little brother to you. Little sister Xian, take good care of him." As soon as she said that, Yun Nuoxing suddenly had a feeling of, "I'm married. Oh no, I'm married." Suddenly, he choked and almost choked to death. Xian didn't have any intention of clarifying. Instead, she covered her mouth and laughed, nodding in agreement. Seeing that Xian actually took it seriously, Yun Nuoxing suddenly looked up to the sky and howled. He flew to Yun's side and put some distance between them. Then he gave a concise explanation. After hearing that, Yun came to a realization. She pondered for a while and looked at Yun Nuoxing strangely. She said, "Little star's old flame, you didn't dump her in the past, right?" As soon as she said that, the two of them were stunned. Yun Nuoxing's face was pale, while Xian's pretty face was red. Her bashful appearance made Yun a little shocked. She blurted out, "You really dumped her?" No. Brother, he never did anything." This time, Xian couldn't help but clarify. She hurriedly waved her jade-like hand to deny it. TSK, you're worse than a beast. Little star, what the F***CK? Yun Nuoxing almost slapped the lake to the horizon. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "What did I do? What did I do? What did I do?" On the side, Xian smiled but didn't say anything. Chapter 86. The sun god Bao turned into a streak of golden light that streaked across the sky. The strong wind that blew against them couldn't disperse the subtle atmosphere around the bow. At this moment, Yun Nuoxing was sweating profusely. His 7 orifices were sweating profusely. His heart was beating like a drum, and he felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He even truly understood what it meant by 3 women make a show. Ming was still hanging naturally on Yun Nuoxing's chest. When Yun Nuoxing was reopened just now, This girl was sitting by the lake with her small hands plugging her ears. She looked as if she was saying, "No matter how much you guys quarrel, I can't hear anything." Yun Nuashing really wanted to pinch her. Yu Yin also naturally pulled Yun Nuashing over to use as a pillow. She leaned on his shoulder and slowly slept. She even glanced at Xian Yin provocatively. Perhaps it was because she saw Yu Yin's gaze. Xian Yin calmly took over the other half of Yun Nuashing's embrace. Her two soft and slender arms hung directly around his neck. Then she pulled one of Yun Nuashing's hands and placed it on her slender waist. In the end, she even curled her red lips in joy. The three women seemed to have divided Yun Nuashing so easily. Buddha Jesus Christ, Amen Buddha Muni, Amit Ba, good, everything is fine, the mortal world, the mortal heart, and all things. I should reflect on myself, transcend the mortal world, see through the vicissitudes of life, observe 100 lives, and comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth. Damn it! Damned heavens! Give me a quick death. Motherf asterisk cur. Motherf asterisk cur. Motherf asterisk cur. Motherf asterisk cur. Eldest brother, second sister, third aunt, fourth uncle, fifth aunt, sixth aunt, seventh uncle. It should be a kind of ultimate ideal and the highest realm of life. It should be a kind of supreme happiness. Now Yun Nuashing did it. Unfortunately, he wasn't as excited as he imagined. Instead, he didn't know what to do. His mind was wandering, and his face was covered in sweat, although he had a warm and fragrant woman in his arms. This situation really made his balls hurt. "Brother, what's wrong? You're sweating." Xian Yin was stunned when she saw Yun Nuashing sweat. She used her sleeve to gently wipe the sweat on his face and asked softly, "It's nothing, I'm just a little tired. I'm about to die." Yun Nuashing hurriedly shook his head and replied. The last sentence was said very softly. Using a long journey wasn't enough to express how far the journey was. Using near yet worlds wasn't enough to express how long the journey was. Using standing still wasn't enough to express how long the journey was. Yun Nuashing felt that it took him a few 100 years to complete the journey. When the four of them landed in front of the snow-white palace in the Red Star Academy, Yun Nuashing let out a long breath, as if he wanted to exhale all the depression that he had just felt. Now, only Ming was still hanging onto Yun Nuashing's body. The other two girls who didn't seem right had let him go, Xian Yin. When the few of them landed, a soft voice slowly called out. Then, the beautiful girl suddenly appeared. At the same time, the other four people appeared as well. When they saw Yun Nuashing, they were stunned and didn't regain their senses for a long time. When Yun Nuashing saw these people, he was also stunned for a moment. He vaguely felt that the 6 people on the roof that he saw that day were these 6 people. The man with the ponytail was the first to regain his senses. He quickly stepped forward and gave Yun Nuashing a fierce punch on his chest. Then he gave him a bear hug and smiled. "You're finally willing to come back?" Yun Nuashing was stunned. Hearing his words, they should be people that he knew. But how should he face them as strangers, as acquaintances? Scratching his head, before Yun Nuashing could say anything, the other 4 people also sighed and patted him continuously. Their voices were filled with excitement and gratification. "That's enough. It hurts." Xian Yin pouted and pulled Yun Nuashing behind her. Her lily-white hands stroked his chest a few times, as if she was protecting a treasure. The few people who saw this were amazed. Since when did Xian Yin have such an expression? Xian Yin knew that Yun Nuashing didn't know anyone, so she briefly introduced him. "Since we've met again after such a long time, isn't it time to hold a big wedding?" Chuan Yin, who was the man with the ponytail, put his arm on Yun Nuashing's shoulder and laughed as he looked at Yun Nuashing and Xian Yin. When he said this, Yun Nuashing and Xian Yin's faces turned red at the same time. It was as if they were burning. The former opened her mouth, but was speechless. "Brothers matters. Let him think about it himself. I'll just listen to him." Xian Yin coughed and shook Yun Nuashing's arm with her lily-white hands. Although she didn't say it out loud, she seemed to be prepared for it. So, she wasn't too surprised. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Yen Xin, the beautiful girl, exclaimed. Xian Yin's current appearance was like a little girl in love. She didn't have the slightest bit of the prestige of the master of the Red Star Academy. If the elders and teachers were to see this, their jaws would drop. After getting to know each other, the crowd dispersed. Yu Yin looked at Yun Nuashing and patted his head. Then, she walked towards the academy. Although Xian Yin said that the flame demon burning the heaven scroll could be given to her directly, the former shook her head and said that she wanted to get it herself. So she walked into the academy. Looking at her lonely back, Yun Nuashing felt a little heartache. He knew that she was like him, afraid of being alone. After thinking about it, he asked Ming if she could accompany Yuyin. Originally, he thought that Ming would refuse. After all, she stuck to Yun Nuashing all day long. However, he didn't expect that the little girl only hesitated for a few minutes before nodding her head. This made Yun Nuashing very surprised. However, he didn't think much about it. Yun Nuashing caught up with Yu Yin in 2 steps. Ming kissed him on the face and slowly climbed down from his body. Under Yu Yin's surprised gaze, she hung on her body and said, Brother, don't Ming anymore. Ming is here to look for sister. In the end, Yun Nuashing was sent away by the 2 beauties, one big and one small with resentful eyes. Hearing some laughter from afar, Yun Nuashing was relieved. At least there was someone to accompany Yu Yin and make her feel better. He was relieved. As for himself, lonely. Yun Nuashing laughed self-deprecatingly. Then he steeled his heart and raised his slender eyebrows as he muttered, I wouldn't feel that way. Actually, his heart felt a little empty. Brother is pretending to be strong. Just as Yun Nuashing was muttering to himself, Xian Yin suddenly appeared behind him and hugged him from behind. Her jade hands wrapped around his stomach. No. Yun Nuashing was startled by the sudden voice. Before he could react, a soft and delicate body pressed against his back. Her 2 plump breasts were compressed into 2 balls and stuck to Yun Nuashing's back. This immediately made his breathing quicken, his heartbeat quicken, and his blood pressure soar. His blood vessels almost burst, but he still spoke calmly. Liar, you once hugged me tightly on a rainy night and said that you felt empty, lonely, and cold. I haven't forgotten a single thing that you don't remember. Xian Yin smiled. Mei Mao's heart ached for him. Speaking of which, Yun Nuashing suddenly thought of something important. He didn't turn around and just let her hug him. After hesitating for a long time, he slowly said, What was the relationship between you and me in the past? Family were considered lovers, right? In the end, it was just a form of companionship. It was my wishful thinking. Xian Yin's delicate body stiffened. She sighed and her eyes dimmed slightly. Her voice also became very soft. Just the first sentence alone made Yun Nuashing confused. What did she mean? Sensing his confusion, Xian Yin hesitated for a long time. In the end, she didn't say anything. She only pressed her red lips against Yun Nuashing's ear and smiled softly. Big Brother is the most important person to me. As long as I know this, it's enough. Yun Nuashing was stunned. He turned around and looked at the girl who was curled up in his arms. That pair of autumn-watery eyes that were filled with affection were looking into his eyes without blinking. They looked at each other without retreating. Then you said, I owe you. Yun Nuashing looked away with a red face. He glanced at a tree next to him and asked hesitantly, That? Xian Yin smiled and pressed her ear against Yun Nuashing's chest. She seemed to laugh softly. Big Brother, you do owe me. There are various reasons. What? Big Brother wants to pay back the debt? Feeling the body in his arms stiffen, Xian Yin smiled slyly. She raised her head and looked at Yun Nuashing. She opened her mouth slightly and tiptoed slightly, as if she was waiting for him to make a move. Yun Nuashing was stunned. He wanted to look away, but he couldn't help but glance at those tender lips. He really wanted to have a taste. F***CK. Damn it. Dragon egg. What the F***CK are you complaining about? You clown, stop it. In the end, he still cursed himself in his heart. Although he was impulsive, his intuition told him that if he really did that, he would regret it. He would regret hurting Xianyin. Although this feeling was inexplicable, it was very clear. I've been asking for this debt for a long time, but Big Brother still hasn't paid it back. Knowing that he wouldn't do anything, Xianyin sighed and patted his chest with her jade-like hand. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed and she looked a little wronged. I'm sorry, I just... Yun Nuashing panicked again, but he didn't know how to comfort her. If Big Brother still has his memories and said this, I'll definitely be angry. Xianyin sighed and let go of him. She felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. But you also know that I've lost my memories. Right now, I don't know how to face all of you who used to know me. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. How could he not hear the hidden bitterness in her voice? It must be that I'm sorry that angered Xianyin. Just let nature take its course. Xianyin smiled and said, Big Brother, just treat it as getting to know us all over again. Get to know us all over again. Yun Nuashing was speechless. It was easier said than done. Although he was forced to throw away his past, others weren't. Wouldn't talking to her be like playing the lute to a cow? With a smile, Mei Mao's lips curved into 2 silver crescent moons. Xianyin slowly extended her jade-like hand and said with a smile, My name is Ouyang Xianyin. I was picked up by Big Brother who was playing the zither on a stormy night. I'm very happy to meet you, my most beloved Big Brother. His body trembling, Yun Nuashing was stunned. Looking at the girl's serious and charming appearance, he couldn't bear to reject her. Slowly and gently, under her joyful gaze, he extended his excessively white hand and shook hands with that beautiful, jade-like hand. Yun Nuashing, I'm very happy to meet you. The slightly cold, soft, and boneless hand was very comfortable to hold, causing his heart to involuntarily tremble. The soft touch made one unable to let go. As a result, even Yun Nuashing, who prided himself on his elegant demeanor, was stunned for a moment and couldn't bear to let go. Xianyin giggled and took advantage of Yun Nuashing's dazed state to gently interlock their fingers and plunge into his broad embrace. 2 of her interlocked hands were placed on top of each other's chest, while the other hand was tightly wrapped around his waist. With a slight force, it was as if she wanted to merge the 2 of them together. Suddenly, the warm fragrance spread all over his body, making Yun Nuashing blush again. Although it was shameful, he had never seriously hugged a girl in his life, so he didn't know how to face it. However, before he was allowed to think about what to do, suddenly a sentence came out uncontrollably. Little girl, you sneak attacked me again. Don't you want to eat dinner tonight? His voice was soft, as if he was used to it, as if they had known each other for a long time. Brother. Hearing these words that couldn't be more familiar with, Xianyin's delicate body stiffened. Suddenly, she raised her head excitedly and looked at Yun Nuashing in disbelief. Mei Mao's face became misty, and she was so excited that even her voice trembled. Brother. What? Did you just... said. Yun Nuashing paused for a moment because of her pitiful appearance. This sentence was not said by him on his own initiative. It was more like a familiar sentence, like a person would involuntarily say a catchphrase. Yun Nuashing thought for a while, then steeled his heart and steeled his will. With a gentle smile, he caressed the beautiful face that tugged at his heartstrings and said gently, I said, little girl, don't you want to eat dinner tonight? This familiar voice, this unforgettable tone, was like a thin thread that plucked at her heartstrings. Her heart, which was as firm as a rock, finally had an unconcealable ripple. With a crash, it shattered all over the ground, causing her to feel as though she had returned to that long but happy period of time. All of the memories and images could not be stopped from jumping out, and the scenes of the past appeared in her heart. However, the person in front of her right now was no longer that person. Brother. Her heart was in turmoil, and Xianyin finally couldn't suppress her feelings anymore. The feeling of being wronged spread throughout her body, and finally, she laid on Yun Nuoxing's chest and wailed loudly. Her tears soaked their lapels. Chapter 87. Her repressed emotions exploded in an instant, causing Xian Yin to cry. Yun Nuoxing was silent. He hugged her and sat down without saying anything. He knew that repressing his emotions would hurt him sooner or later, so he might as well release them. Furthermore, even if it was because of her whom he once knew, or because of that sentence, "You are the most important person to me," Yun Nuoxing couldn't ignore her. Even though this position made him a little embarrassed, after crying for a long time, the sky started to rain. It seemed to be triggered by her emotions. After all, the sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. But in the next moment, the wind was blowing. Legend had it that the gods could make everything move according to their will. Perhaps this rain was falling for Xianyin, or perhaps it was the rain that Xianyin summoned. He didn't move in the rain. He continued to sit on the ground, hugging her, letting the rain soak him, letting the rain wash away the sadness that wouldn't go away. Xianyin cried in Yun Nuoxing's arms. Amidst her cries, Xianyin told him about the past that Yun Nuoxing didn't know. She poured out her feelings. Among the things that happened in those years, there were happy and sad moments, but most of the time they were happy. The few moments of sadness were because they had suffered in other places. Brother, you said you would bring me around the world to experience the vicissitudes of life. Why did you leave me behind? You said you would live and die with me. Why did you leave me behind and go by yourself? Brother, I love you. Don't go, don't leave me. In the heavy rain, the strong wind blew. Her voice was like resentment and admiration, like weeping and complaining. Every word that Xianyin said was like a sharp blade that cut into his heart, back and forth, cutting his heart until it was dripping with blood. It was so painful that he could not breathe, could not speak. His tears had long melted in the rain, dripping down his cheeks and onto her forehead, mixing with her sparkling tears. Why? Why would this silly girl give everything to him and let him become her everything? And why exactly? Why would she leave without saying goodbye? What happened back then? Who am I? Why am I alive? Why am I here? Yun Nuoxing choked with sobs. His entire body was in pain and numbness. His heart felt like it was about to be torn apart, making him feel suffocated. Xianyin, Yun Nuoxing murmured. His gaze was unfocused. In his daze, he seemed to see a black-robed Yun Nuoxing walking alone on a lonely street on a rainy night. The cold air poured into his lungs, making it difficult for him to breathe. He stumbled into an alley in search of the faintly discernible sobbing sound and picked up the little girl who had curled up in fear. I want you to accompany me through this boundless world. That was the beginning of everything. The evening sun shone into the snow-white palace and shone on the girl, lying on the bed. Yun Nuoxing lay beside her, still holding the girl's hand as she fell into a deep sleep. The heavy rain lasted for a long time before it slowly dispersed. Yun Nuoxing didn't remember how he brought Xianyin back. The girl was exhausted from crying in his arms and fainted. He swayed as he carried her and returned to the palace. He forgot everything else. Brother. After a long time, the girl on the bed called out softly. Mei Mao struggled to open her red eyes and looked at the ceiling in a daze. I'm here. Yun Nuoxing, who was lying beside her, also opened his eyes and slowly sat up. He looked at Xianyin with his pitch-black eyes. He opened his mouth and hesitated for a moment before closing it. Mei Mao flapped her hands in a daze and became a little more clear-headed. When she thought about what happened in the rain, her beautiful face immediately turned red. If the world knew that a goddess had fainted in someone else's arms while crying, they would probably laugh until the sky collapsed. However, in everyone's heart, there would be a soft side, just like her. It wasn't that she didn't want to show it, it was just that she hadn't been hurt. I'm sorry, brother. I seem to have caused you trouble. Xian Yin supported herself on the bed and slowly sat up. When she saw the two hands that were still holding each other by the bed, her beautiful face turned even redder. If I had my memories, I would probably be angry too, just because of this sentence. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh and patted her head. His voice was filled with tiredness and unhappiness as he imitated her. Xian Yin smiled and moved her delicate body. She gently pressed herself against Yun Nuashing's arms and smiled sweetly. Then brother will be angry for a while. His face twitched, and he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "This girl must know that I won't be angry. That's why she said that. She's blatantly teasing me. How old are you already? Why are you still sticking to me?" Seeing Xian Yin in his arms, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but shake his head. After what happened just now, he really didn't know how to treat her anymore. They didn't seem like lovers, because they never had any feelings for each other. But they were relatives. Damn it, he didn't even have his memories. How could he kiss her? Xian Yin didn't say anything. Her beautiful face was serene as she pressed herself against Yun Nuashing's chest with a trace of satisfaction. Her breathing was even, and she fell asleep quietly like this, using Yun Nuashing as her pillow. Yun Nuashing had no choice but to let her lean on him. His wide wings spread out from his back and gently draped over Xian Yin's body as he entered a meditative state. The two of them leaned against each other quietly and rested for the night. When the moon rose and set, and the sun peeked out, Yun Nuashing placed Xian Yin, who had unknowingly let go of his hand, back on the bed. He covered her with a blanket, hesitantly kissed her forehead, and then quietly retreated. Behind him, Xian Yin quietly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were filled with emotions, and there was a trace of a smile as she sent him out after coming out of the palace. Chuan Yun patted him on the head with a smile. Then, under the amused gazes of the others, he flew towards the Red Star Academy while muttering to himself. He wanted to take a look at Ming Ming and Yu Yin and see if they were used to the life here, although he knew that Yu Yin's personality was heartless and that it would be easy for her to blend in with others. He still wanted to take a look and feel more at ease. On the training grounds, groups of 3 or 5 were gathered together. The sounds of chattering could be heard. There were also a few people sitting cross-legged on the ground with their spirit energy surging. They were in the midst of training. Groups of red ants. Floating in the sky, Yun Nuashing looked down at the groups of students who were either cultivating or playing. She couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Wasn't this a hellish academy? Shouldn't it be extremely strict? Why is there such a relaxed atmosphere? Did I come to the wrong place? The 10 feet wide pitch-black 6 wings spread out in the sky to the maximum, and a huge shadow was projected onto the ground of the training grounds. The surging wind element attracted the attention of some people, and immediately, some people raised their heads in astonishment. Seeing the figure floating in the sky like a deity, they were all astonished. The sound of discussion immediately spread out. Since he was not wearing the academy uniform, then he should not be a person from the Red Star Academy. However, the Red Star Academy was not a place where one could enter just because they wanted to. "Brother Yun!" Just as Yun Nuashing was thinking about whether he should sneak back to change his clothes and come back again, a burly voice suddenly came from the training field, causing him to turn his gaze over. When he saw who it was, he smiled and his figure trembled, disappearing in front of everyone's surprised eyes. When he reappeared, he was already beside that person, Rui Ming. With his 6 wide wings folded behind his back, Yun Nuashing looked at the 1-foot-tall man and greeted him with a smile. "Hee, Brother Yun, are you looking for Sister Yu Yin and the rest?" Retracting his gaze from Yun Nuashing's 6 wings, Rui Ming looked at Yun Nuashing, scratched his head, and smiled. "And I'm here to see if they are used to it." Yun Nuashing nodded his head, his gaze sizing up the burly man dressed in red, and could not help but mutter, These clothes are really not suitable for you. I am wearing this because I have to abide by the academy rules. Rui Ming hung his head dejectedly. It seemed like this was not the first time he had been told this. Sister Yu Yin and the rest are in the training field over there, not here. Rui Ming pointed his finger in a direction and said with a silly smile, "There are about 3 training fields on this path. They should be in the second one." All right. Yun Nuashing nodded his head. The academy was so big, he did not know how long it would take him to find them by himself. You have to be careful. There are quite a few people in the academy who have their eyes on Sister Yuyin. Rui Ming suddenly muttered mysteriously. What do you mean? Someone wants to cause trouble for her? Yun Nuashing frowned, not understanding. But even if someone wanted to cause trouble for her, he was not afraid. After all, Yu Yin had a divine tier weapon and a complete sealing formation. There was probably no student in the academy who could do anything to her. Rui Ming spread his hands and said, "You know, in this place where geniuses gather like cabbages, people with outstanding looks and strength, like Sister Yu Yin, are the most eye-catching, especially those who are favored by the heavens. To them, Sister Yu Yin is very attractive. Brother Yin, you have a rival." After hearing Rui Ming's words, Yun Nuashing tilted his head and smiled bitterly. "I do not have that kind of relationship with her. At most, we are a pair of heartless and happy siblings. As for those suitors, as long as they do not act rashly or harass her, and Sister is willing, I will not care. When it comes to choosing a partner, let her be. There is no other way." Yun Nuashing smiled. Rui Ming was surprised. He had always thought that Yu Yin was his girlfriend, but today he found out that she was not. Knowing that he had misunderstood, Yun Nuashing just waved his hand and said, "I will not disturb you. I will leave first. The second training ground, right?" "Yes." Yun Nuashing nodded, turned around, spread his 6 wings, and instantly disappeared from Rui Ming's sight, leaving behind a gust of wind that hit him. What a terrifying speed! Rui Ming stared blankly. Just now he only felt a gust of wind, and he disappeared. How fast was that? Wow! That speed, there are not many people in the academy who can match him. Senior Rui Ming, do you know him? Who is he? I have never seen him in the academy before. Some of the students beside him were stunned as they watched Yun Nuashing disappear. After a long while they regained their senses. Some of the students looked at Rui Ming with dazed eyes, and the chatter instantly drowned him out. Brother Yun did not enter the Red Star Academy. He said that he was not interested. Rui Ming was a little dizzy from the noise. He quickly answered and ran away. Not interested. What a big tone. But looking at him, maybe he is from some big power. If that is the case, it is reasonable that he did not enter. Black clothes? Wings? Could it be that he is the little star that Junior Yuin talked about? I think so. A group of people were tirelessly discussing and had even forgotten about their training. They really did not know how the so-called Hell Academy title came about. They were not in a hurry at all. Yun Nuashing, who was far away, naturally did not hear those words. He was only sighing. This academy was too damn big. Even with the speed of his light element, he could not fly to the next training ground quickly. However, 10 minutes later, they passed through a training field and arrived at the second training field they saw along the way. How is this a training ground? The size of this place is just like a small city. Looking at the edge of the training ground, Yun Nuashing could not see the end of the training ground. However, although they were terrifyingly large, Yun Nuashing still managed to find the most obvious characteristic from the group of red coats. Little Ming Ming, who was wearing a purplish-black dress, was sitting on Yu Yin's shoulder. Seeing that the latter was chatting and laughing with the other students, he knew that she should have gotten used to it. Big Sister is the most simple-minded. She has no problem adapting to other people. Yun Nuashing crossed his arms and nodded after thinking for a moment. If Yu Yin heard such an evaluation, she would definitely be trampled on. Big brother. When Yun Nuashing reached the edge of the training grounds, Ming Ming, who had sensed something, suddenly raised his head. When he saw Yun Nuashing floating in the distance, he immediately cried out happily and waved his little hand vigorously. Little star! Hearing Ming Ming's sudden shout, Yu Yin stopped laughing and turned her head. Seeing that familiar black figure, she couldn't help but reveal a smile that captivated the hearts of the surrounding male students, causing them to be dumbfounded. Hearing the familiar tender voice, Yun Nuashing also smiled slightly. Although they had only been separated for a day, he suddenly felt a sense of nostalgia. Ignoring the gradually shifting gazes, he flapped his 6 wings and instantly appeared in front of the two of them, smiling at them. Big brother. Ming excitedly jumped down from Yu Yin's shoulder and plunged into Yun Nuashing's arms, refusing to let go. Yun Nuashing rubbed Ming's little head and looked at Yu Yin with a smile. Are you used to it? Seeing how you're laughing so happily, it seems like my worries were unnecessary. Brat, who are you calling heartless? Yu Yin raised her slender eyebrows when she heard this. Under everyone's astonished gazes, she reached out and grabbed Yun Nuashing. Her claws moved like the wind and ruthlessly ravaged his head. She scolded, You brat! You left us mother and daughter here just like that, and you went out to have fun. You're a bastard who abandoned us. I was wrong. I let down my sister. I let down Ming. I shouldn't have left you here. Woo-woo. Yun Nuashing reached out and grabbed Yu Yin's jade-like arm that was using the choke. He struggled with all his might and forgot to retract his wide wings, shaking off many soft feathers. Cough, cough, cough. After being tortured with all his might for half a minute, Yun Nuashing was finally released by Yu Yin. He immediately covered his throat and coughed violently, as if he was going to cough out his lungs. Little girl, are you trying to strangle me to death? Yes, I'm trying to strangle you. Yu Yin put her hands on her slender waist and stuck out her soft chest as she spoke, rather rudely. Uffed! However, after a moment, the two of them held their stomachs and laughed. They had unknowingly gotten used to this way of greeting each other. Inin, this is your little star. He's so cute. Hee. Since he's your little brother, why don't you introduce him to us? Anyway, you can't eat him up even if you hide him. Inin, tell us honestly, did you steal from him? When the two of them started laughing, the eyes of a large group of female students around them had already lit up. Walala, a group of people squeezed forward. Yun Nuashing was so scared that he quickly retracted his wings and hid behind Yu Yin. Hey, don't push. Don't be like a hungry wolf who has never seen a handsome guy before, okay? Little Star is very shy. Hey, don't push. F***CK. Who touched me? Yu Yin was also shocked. When she saw Yun Nuashing hiding behind her, a strong desire to protect him arose spontaneously. She instantly stood in front of Yun Nuashing, but she was taken advantage of and was molested. She immediately exploded when the male students in the distance saw this gorgeous and moving scene. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Instantly, envy and hatred arose in their hearts. They couldn't help but want to shout, Let go of that young man. If you have the ability, come at me instead. What kind of friends did you make? Why are they all crazy girls? Yun Nuashing dodged left and right, pathetically avoiding the fair arms that reached out from all directions. When he saw this scene, he instantly felt like he had entered a wolf's den. What hidden dragons and crouching tigers? They are simply hungry wolves and tigers. He didn't know who touched his face, but it made him shudder violently. He hurriedly straightened the collar of his windbreaker. Although he was in a sorry state, he didn't forget to complain. How would I know? It has nothing to do with me. Yu Yin also pathetically dodged those slender arms that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Stop fooling around. She fiercely stomped her foot, and a fiery red energy shield immediately isolated everyone. leaving Yu and the other two behind. They were panting heavily as if they had just escaped death. Yin is angry. Ahaha, let's go back to the dormitory tonight. Agreed. Although they were stopped, the group of girls all laughed and slowly dispersed. Before they left, they even carefully sized up Yun Nuashing. Big sister, why do I feel that sooner or later you won't be able to protect your moral integrity and chastity if you continue to stay here? Yun Nuashing stuck out his tongue and smiled bitterly when he heard what they said. Ah. Yuin laughed and patted his face, but her gaze was drifting to the sky. Oh, right, little star, do big sister a favor. Suddenly thinking of something, Yuin pulled Yun Nuashing's hand. Her slender eyelashes trembled slightly, and she looked at Yun Nuashing with a mischievous smile. What? Seeing her expression, Yun Nuashing's first reaction was that it was definitely not something good. He hurriedly tried to break free, but his hand was firmly held. Ah! Ming suddenly shouted and then whispered, Big brother, you're in big trouble. Huh! Yun Nuashing was stunned and didn't react, but a clear sense of danger spread in his heart. Hey! Those little bastards who want to pursue Big Sister, step forward. Whoever can beat this guy, I'll agree to him. Ah, Big Sister, you're selling. As soon as Yuin finished speaking, Yun Nuashing screamed. However, before he could finish, his mouth was covered by a soft and jade-like hand, and he could only let out a sorrowful whimper. His voice spread throughout the field, causing everyone to stop in an instant. Many boys looked at each other, and then looked at Yun Nuashing. They were stunned for a moment, and their eyes instantly became fierce. Pillars of energy rose from the ground, and violent elemental energy whistled in the training field. Almost all the boys present sneered and revealed their weapons at the same time. All of them stared at Yun Nuashing with evil intentions and licked their lips. Shield. After finally breaking free, Yun Nuashing saw the rising aura in the field, and his face instantly turned pale. He screamed in horror, and just as he was about to run away, Yuin grabbed him back. A rosy cherry mouth rapidly enlarged in his eyes, and then she kissed Yun Nuashing deeply on the cheek. His head instantly exploded, and his face was so red that water could ooze out of it. When the boys who had released their powerful auras saw this scene, their glass hearts instantly shattered into two halves. A series of "Kacha" sounds resounded. Their hearts immediately felt cool. Then, their auras became even more tyrannical. However, there were also some people who had suffered a serious blow. They were so sad that their auras had disappeared. Little star, just do Big Sister this favor. Yuin opened her mouth and gently bit Yun Nuashing's earlobe. Her soft and warm tongue secretly licked it, and her charming voice drifted into his ears. Her jade-like hand kept stroking his face, and she was obviously seducing him. I got it. So hurry up and let go of me, it's so itchy. Yun Nuashing's body kept trembling. His face was crimson red, and his eyes were tightly shut. He looked like a youth who was being humiliated. This made the girls burst with joy. Their fingers moved, and their eyes lit up, as if they couldn't wait to pounce on him and eat him up. Yu Yin's actions drove the group of boys completely crazy. They were so angry that their eyes were bloodshot, and they wanted to pounce on Yun Nuashing and tear him into pieces. Streams of energy cut through the air and directly rushed toward him. Good little brother, then I'll leave it to you. Go, little star. Yuin laughed coquettishly. Her eyes slyly scanned the crowd, and she pushed Yun Nuashing away. Why do you have so many suitors? Yun Nuashing screamed as he was forced to rush out. When he saw the streams of energy crashing down like a mountain range, he was so scared that his face turned transparent. He hurriedly took out his golden chain and waved it to form an inescapable net to meet the groups of energy that were coming at him. 10 minutes later, dozens of golden chains appeared in the sky, and a bunch of people were hanging on them. They were either hanging upside down or tied up. Everyone was tied up like a dumpling, and they were wailing and struggling, but they couldn't break free from the golden chains that were as thick as an arm. The energy they released would be completely absorbed by the chains. Those who didn't make a move were dumbfounded. They really wanted to know what level of cultivation Yun Nuashing was at. 1 against 2,000, and he ended up playing skewers? Those were all 1 in a million geniuses, right? Ha ha ha! In the field, Yu-Yin and a few of her friends couldn't help but laugh when they saw this spectacular drawing. Human skewers, a new trick. Phew! Yun Nuashing sat down on the ground. Although it wasn't a problem to use the power of the divine weapon to deal with these small fries, the problem was that it consumed too much energy, and he couldn't use the divine weapon for a long time. Thanks, little star. Yu-Yin sat down beside him, smiled sweetly, and patted his head with her lily-white hand. Star shield, good quality. Right after she finished speaking, she laughed again. Sob sob, I've been sold. Sob sob, I won't play with you anymore. Sob sob. When Yun Nuashing heard this, he was so angry that he rolled his eyes. He turned around dejectedly and wanted to leave, but was pulled back by Yu-Yin. Yu-Yin kissed him fiercely on the cheek and smiled shyly. Reward. Yun Nuashing almost fainted. He reached out to touch his face in a daze. He was a little panicked, but also a little happy. Yu-Yin had thrown such a major life event to him just like that. She didn't even think about what would happen if he lost. In any case, you won't lose. There's no reason. It's because you're my little star, so I know you won't lose. Yu-Yin could tell what he was thinking, so she explained with a smile. Yun Nuashing. He didn't have the energy to speak anymore. TSK, you're still as charming as you were in the past. While Yun Nuashing was resting, the space beside them suddenly fluctuated, and Chuan Yin with a long ponytail appeared. He couldn't help but praise when he saw a bunch of roasted meat tied up in the sky. Great Elder. When the students saw Chuan Yin, they hurriedly bowed. They were a little flustered. Chuan Yin, Xian Yin, and the other 4 were very hard to find. They were usually nowhere to be seen. They only spoke 3 sentences in a minute during the opening ceremony, and then they never appeared again. However, they actually appeared today. Was something going to happen? Chuan Yin casually waved his hand and placed the roasted meat back on the ground. He clapped his hands and smiled. Not bad. You were able to kill so many people. Although it was because of your level and the divine weapon, it's still not bad. You still have the demeanor of the past. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. Before he could say anything, a graceful figure suddenly appeared beside him, her jade-like hand directly pressed against his chest. Brother didn't wake me up when he woke up. He even went behind my back to have an affair. Xian Yin glanced at Yun Nuashing, who was frozen stiff. A vast amount of energy surged from her jade-like hand into his body, instantly filling up Yun Nuashing's energy. Steal! What the hell is an affair? Yun Nuashing stood up with her help. He looked at Xian Yin in shock. He was so shocked that his tongue was stuck out. Dean, everyone present, including the barbecued skewers that were put down, grinned when they saw this mature beauty. Waves of dizziness came over their heads. What kind of wind was blowing today? Even the elusive Dean had come out? Beauty mode? Furthermore, they were talking to Yun Nuashing. Could it be that they knew each other? Brother is mine. I won't give in. Xian Yin held onto Yun Nuashing's hand, her jade-like finger pointing at Yin, and said a very domineering sentence. Hearing this, the surrounding students were all dumbfounded. Looking at the former's expression, which did not seem to be joking, and then seeing the 2 of them holding hands, the shock spread through their entire body, shocking them to the point that they could not speak. This girl's domineering manner of announcing, "This young man is mine. You're not allowed to interfere." Was this really that mysterious and unfathomable headmaster? Who can tell me that this world has gone crazy? Oh, Yu-Yin looked at Xian Yin meaningfully. Then, She looked at Yun Nuashing, who was scared silly. Her red lips curled up slightly. She smiled and said, "This will depend on little Star's choice." After saying that, Yuen, who had never done such an action with Yun Nuashing before, pounced on him under everyone's shocked and dumbfounded gazes. She hugged one of his arms and looked at Yun Nuashing with a smile. "Little Star." Yuen opened her mouth. "Brother." Xian Yin opened her red lips. The two of them stared at each other at the same time. Then they looked at Yun Nuashing and shouted, "Do you want the older sister or the younger sister?" Chuan Yin covered his face with his hand. He couldn't bear to watch any more. Suddenly Ming, who was in Yun Nuashing's arms, looked up. He blinked his eyes and smiled cutely. "Brother, brother, there's still Ming." "I at asterisk and $yen%." Yun Nuashing blew his beard and glared, shouting loudly, "I choose death." Chapter 89. F***CK. It's fine if you use me as a shield. I can even block arrows, that's nothing. But what's with the two of you confessing in such an ambiguous position in public? And claiming that I'm one of you? Do you want the whole world to kill me? What's your motive? Now the whole Red Star Academy knows that there's a professor from a star who abducted their dean. There's even a rumor that the dean is getting married next year. What the hell is that? 1 foot in 2 boats. I at and $% yen. In the Snow-White Palace, from time to time, there were a few reprimands. Everyone could hear the anger in the tone. It was obvious that they were in a state of anger. In the hall, Yu-Yin and Xian-Yin knelt together with their heads lowered, pouting like children who had done something wrong. However, they were not kneeling on the cold, hard floor. Speaking of which, Yun Nuashing really did not have the heart to make them kneel on the floor. She only knelt on the soft sofa, seemingly distressed and wanting to scold them. At the side, Ming sat on the table, covering her mouth as if she was watching a show. Her big purple eyes were filled with schadenfreude. Outside the hall, the 5 of them had their ears pressed against the door, eavesdropping on the storm of scolding. But they laughed and said, "Little Star can't bear to scold them at all. There's only a little bit of reprimand in her tone. The rest is anger, and she wants to vent it out. Completely agree." The other 4 nodded in agreement. After that, they pressed their ears against the door again, continuing to eavesdrop. On the sofa, Yu-Yin and Xian-Yin looked at each other and stared at each other for a long time, muttering to each other. Obviously, they were unhappy that the other party had provoked them and was being scolded by Yun Nuashing. "Are you listening or not?" She fiercely took a sip of the tea that Ming handed over and looked at the 2 girls who were staring at each other. She frowned and shouted. However, although she looked fierce, her face was actually red, and she did not have any power. Moreover, she looked like an older brother scolding his younger sister. There was only seriousness, but no severity. "Brother, Inin knows she's wrong." Xian-Yin pouted, looking very wronged. Mei Mao's eyes actually had a fog rolling. There's no use pretending to be pitiful. Rolling his eyes, Yun Nuashing pretended to be calm and said, but his heart twitched. He wanted to rush over immediately, but this thought was firmly suppressed by him. "Brother, Inin is really—" Her delicate body was trembling slightly. Xian-Yin sniffled and said with a slightly nasal voice. The mist in her eyes was getting thicker and thicker, and it looked like it was about to fall. Even Yu-Yin was a little stunned when she saw this. "So delicate? Can't take a scolding? Oh my God, why are you scolding her?" Yun Nuashing was instantly dumbfounded. He gave himself 2 tight slaps in his heart. If he didn't scold her, who knew what would happen in the future? But now, Yun Nuashing had already rushed over. He couldn't bear to see her being wronged. It was true that tears were a girl's best weapon. "Inin, don't cry. Brother was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you." Yun Nuashing gently comforted Xian-Yin as he pulled her into his arms and gently stroked her head. His voice was as gentle as it could be. It was so gentle that it could squeeze out a few tons of water. "Yes, I know that brother treats me the best." Suddenly, Xian Yin's voice changed. She laughed. She laughed in a voice that sounded like she had succeeded in her scheme. It was completely different from the wronged, nasal voice from before. Ugh! Yun Nuashing was shocked. He seemed to have sensed something and quickly retreated. Before he could release his embrace, Xian Yin hugged him tightly. "Ever since I was young, brother has doted on me the most. You've never scolded me, whether it was in the past, now, or in the future. I know brother too well." Xian Yin giggled delicately. Her jade-like hands were tightly wrapped around Yun Nuashing's as she forcefully buried her head in his chest. "Lass, let go." Yun Nuashing was forcefully held down. He struggled, but couldn't move. His face was flushed red. Wasn't this sentence very straightforward? "I was just pretending to be pitiful. Now that you're in my arms, what else can you do? Although you want to break free, you're being held down by that huge force and can't break free." At the side, Yu'in had already sat up. Her slender legs were crossed. She couldn't help but roll her eyes as she looked at the two people who were glued to each other. Sister lost. Ming's little mouth formed an O shape. She looked at Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing, then looked at Yu'in, who was pouting. She couldn't help but giggle. She forcefully snuggled into Yun Nuashing's embrace for a long time. Her red lips tapped on Yun Nuashing's eyes. She waited until he was so embarrassed that he couldn't speak. Only then did Xian Yin happily climb down from his body. She sat on the sofa happily and pouted at Yu'in as if she was announcing her victory. Yu'in rolled her eyes. She lost because she didn't accompany Yun Nuashing for a long time. She had nothing to say. After all, she didn't know Yun Nuashing's bottom line. There was no way she could compete, Xian Yin. Yun Nuashing climbed up from the ground angrily and glared at Xian Yin. Before he could say anything, she reached out and pulled him down. In the end, he fell onto her soft and round thighs. "It's dirty." Seeing the two of them playing around as if they were showing off their love, Yu'in rolled her eyes and couldn't help but pat Yun Nuashing. "Why did you hit me?" Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Today, he was the one reprimanding Yu'in and Xian Yin. In the end, he was the one being teased by Xian Yin from every angle. The hunter and the prey switched positions too quickly. Unfortunately, he really couldn't get angry at them. "Brother, just give in to me." Xian Yin's little mouth pressed against Yun Nuashing's ear. She spoke in an extremely charming voice. Her breath was like orchids, and her eyes were like silk. "Sister, I was wrong. Forgive me." Yun Nuashing was about to cry. This was simply too shameful. If it were anyone else, they might have forcefully pressed Xian Yin to the ground and done it. Damn it, he couldn't do it just because she called him brother. Although he knew that they weren't related by blood, kneel down and sing conquer. Yu'in rolled her eyes. "Ming, let's go. It's time to sleep." Yu'in glanced at the scarlet moon. The red light shone into the snow-white palace. It was magnificent. Yu'in pulled Ming up and said, "Okay." Ming nodded in response. He jumped off the table and jumped into Yu'in's arms. He stuck his tongue out at Yun Nuashing. Then, Yu'in led him out of the hall. When they left the hall, Yu'in also took the 5 people who were eavesdropping away. Only Yun Nuashing and Xian Yin were left in the huge hall. "Ah, F***CK. You sold me out again just like that?" Yun Nuashing watched the 6 people leisurely leave. He suddenly wanted to cry. Leaving him here to face Xian Yin alone, no matter how he looked at it, was like sending a lamb to a tiger's den. Later, he would be eaten alive without leaving any bones behind. Xian Yin, calm down." He raised his head and looked into the pair of eyes that were filled with emotions. His voice trembled a little. Xian Yin smiled sweetly. Her devastatingly beautiful face was illuminated by the red moonlight. It was hazy and dreamy. Her silver hair brushed past his face. It was itchy but very comfortable. "Brother." Xian Yin squinted her crescent-shaped silver eyes. The crimson moonlight dyed her eyes a seductive and alluring red, reflecting off her pupils. Her jade-like hands gently touched Yun Nuoxing's face. It was as if she wanted to hold him in her hands and caress him lovingly. Seeing this scene, Yun Nuoxing instantly lost his composure. He couldn't calm himself down. It was as if a storm was raging in his heart. To be honest, facing such a beautiful and soul-stirring girl, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't moved. Hey? Sister, can you not tempt me? I'm just an ordinary man. Yun Nuoxing cursed in his heart. I choose death. Xianyin was still smiling as she looked at Yun Nuoxing. She didn't take any further action. Her jade-like hands were still on Yun Nuoxing's face. Her gaze was very gentle, as if it could move everything. Even the moon quietly hid behind the clouds and restrained its light. Everything returned to silence, and the world was peaceful. Xianyin still had some things to say. She had been with him for so many years. Naturally, she knew everything about him, including his stubborn personality. To put it bluntly, he was an idiotic blockhead. Xianyin, if one day you want to take boss, remember to take the initiative. Otherwise, that blockhead won't make the first move. That's his bottom line. Just cross it. Xianyin recalled the people who had accompanied him in the past telling her this. If you really can't handle him, just be straightforward, domineering. King. Hard. Go. Bow. This was another person's reply. Yinin, being gentle won't be able to take down that world's #1 fool. You have to think of another way. Should I do that? Will brother hate me? Thinking of everyone's encouraging words, Xianyin couldn't help but sigh. Everyone's thoughts were that they wanted her to be with him. What was he thinking? Uffed. Embarrassed? That big idiot doesn't have any dignity. Just *ck him. Trample on his dignity. How long have I been waiting to be an aunt? Another one of his younger sisters said. Only a family member would say that. Xianyin smiled bitterly. That. Yinin, let me go. I look ugly like this. While Xianyin was in a dilemma, Yun Nuoxing saw that she was not moving and quickly said, Brother. Xianyin sighed and looked at Yun Nuoxing with bright eyes. Her expression was very serious, without a trace of a smile. What's wrong? Seeing her serious expression, Yun Nuoxing calmed down and asked. She sighed and took a deep breath. After repeating this for a long time, Xianyin lowered her head and hesitated for a long time. Then she said softly, What do you think of me? Ah! Yun Nuoxing was stunned. His gaze swept across Xianyin's body. After pondering for a while, he said, Not bad. You're very pretty. Your figure is not bad. You're very lively and cute, and things like that. Xianyin lowered her head in defeat. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at Yun Nuoxing. She shook her head and said, I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about your feelings for me. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. Even someone as slow as Yun Nuoxing could understand now that she was asking about his feelings for her. That, Xianyin, that, actually, I don't have any memories of the past. I can't say. Yun Nuoxing stuttered, not knowing what to say. It has nothing to do with the past. I'm asking about the present. Xianyin shook her head and said, But if we calculate based on the present, we've only known each other for 2 days. You suddenly ask me this question. I really can't answer it. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Why don't I answer you in the future? I'll keep the answer to this question in my heart. I've already waited many times. I want a clear answer. If I like you, then I like you. If I don't like you, then I don't like you. If I don't feel anything, then I don't feel anything. Xianyin shook her head and said resolutely, right now, I want your answer. After hearing that, Yun Nuoxing felt a headache in his heart. He didn't know whether to answer or not. After hesitating for a while, he still insisted. I'll definitely have an answer in the future. Right now. But I don't have time to wait for the future. Xianyin felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. Why? Yun Nuashing didn't understand. Sighing, Xian Yin raised her head and looked at the crimson moon in the sky. She smiled bitterly and said, "Some things are going to happen in advance. Or should I say we, have to prepare for the end of this era. But there's still half an era." "Why?" Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He wanted to ask why, but he didn't ask. Everything happened for a reason. He still couldn't come into contact with this information. If it wasn't for Xian Yin, he wouldn't know anything at all. "So, I want Big Brother's answer. Even if. Xian Yin forced a smile. However, she couldn't continue in the end. She only stared at Yun Nuashing with a pair of hopeful Mei-Mao. She didn't say anything. "Is this your wish?" Yun Nuashing muttered softly. He still couldn't give an answer. Xian Yin nodded. Mei-Mao stared at him with a burning gaze. She didn't even blink. Yun Nuashing was silent. He just looked at her. He couldn't open his mouth. He couldn't open his mouth because he wasn't sure. He didn't know. After a long time, knowing that there was still no answer, Xian Yin suddenly laughed. Her laughter was a little sad. Mei-Mao's eyes were misty, but she wasn't sad. She didn't get an answer. Perhaps she still had a glimmer of hope. Yun Nuashing opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but a small hand covered his mouth. Xian Yin smiled and said, "This isn't the first time. Every time, Big Brother chooses to remain silent to avoid questions that he can't answer." "Big Brother, you should rest early too." She touched his face and put him aside. Then Xian Yin slowly stood up and walked out of the palace. She didn't want to rest yet. If it was in the past, she would definitely pull him to sleep with her when she rested. Yun Nuashing sat up and looked at the somewhat lonely back view. His heart faintly throbbed, and he did not know what to do. Chapter 90. Yun Nuashing stood up and wanted to chase after her, but he stood still and didn't take a step forward. "Io, little star, are you stupid? Hurry up and chase after her." Just as he was still hesitating and unable to make up his mind, the 5 people and Ming, who had left a long time ago, appeared. Yu Yin frowned and said in annoyance. Then she pushed Yun Nuashing away. Yun Nuashing was stunned and nodded. He followed the force out of the hall and chased after the beautiful figure outside the palace. Was Little Star like this in the past too? Yu Yin turned around and asked Chuan Yun and the others after seeing Yun Nuashing disappear at the entrance of the hall. They had known each other for a long time, so they should know a little. It's not just the first time. Xian Yin was able to stay by his side because of her feelings for him. I don't even know how much love she put into him. They didn't leave just now because Chuan Yun predicted that there wouldn't be a result. Yan Xian and the others stayed behind to watch. They didn't expect that the ending was really not a result. Yun Nuashing was still standing there like a block of wood, not moving at all. After all, he is her whole world. He was the one who gave her a glorious life. It's quite normal for such a situation to happen. Yan Xian sighed. They all knew about the relationship between Yun Nuashing and Xian Yin. As girls, they had some similarities in their thinking, so they had always felt that it was a pity. I can't stand it anymore. If there's another chance like this next time, I'll drug them directly. Chuan Yun rubbed his hands together and said in a poor voice. In his opinion, Yun Nuashing's actions weren't manly. The girl had already given him such a hint, but he was still like a block of wood that didn't move. Don't let them solve their own problems. We just need to give them a push at the most crucial moment. Yan Xian rolled her eyes at him. Xian Yin didn't want this to happen. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed silent for a period of time. If she wanted to do it, she would have done it long ago. After all, he was the person closest to her. He wouldn't have any defenses. But the result every time is that it makes me upset. Wash up and go to sleep. At the edge of the cliff outside the Crimson Palace, Xian Yin stretched out her hand, as if she wanted to touch the crimson moon. Her black dress swayed in the wind, and she looked otherworldly, as if she would ascend to heaven at any moment and disappear. Xian Yin. Yun Nuashing chased after her and walked directly behind her. Without a second thought, she hugged Xian from behind. However, when she came back to her senses, she immediately scolded herself for being stupid. Wouldn't this cause a misunderstanding? The same action, just like back then when I was angry, big brother, you also chased after me like this and hugged me. Xian looked up at the stars and felt that familiar feeling. She sighed and said faintly, once, she had also failed to test him. When she ran out, she was hugged from behind. It was the same action, and he also had to be pushed by someone to come over. Yun Nuashing was stunned. His body stiffened and he couldn't move. He seemed to have done the same, subconsciously, just now. Biting his lips, he took a deep breath and tried to speak in a calm voice. Yes, I don't have a result now. Maybe I'm really a block of wood. However, I will definitely have an answer. At least. His words were a little messy, and he didn't know what he wanted to say. However, this one sentence seemed to have sucked all the energy out of his body, and he couldn't continue speaking. I know. After a long silence, it was Xian who spoke faintly. She didn't seem to be in a good mood, and her voice was a little gloomy. Xian, brother, you don't have to say any more. I'm not angry. I'm just worried about how to turn a block of wood, like you, into something magical. Xian hugged him and smiled gently. She didn't sound like she was joking. Yun Nuashing's face instantly darkened. He thought that Xian was heartbroken, and that was why she ran over to comfort him. It turned out that she wasn't even thinking about that at all. Girl, tell me. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and unknowingly called her that. How many times have you tricked me? Brother is very stupid. I can't even count. Xian tilted her head and smiled sweetly. Yun Nuashing, girl, let go. Yun Nuashing struggled in embarrassment and wanted to escape her embrace. However, although Xian looked soft and weak, with the power of a deity, he couldn't escape no matter what. I don't want to. Xian stuck out her tongue. Her beautiful eyes were like water. She looked at the pair of dark eyes with affection and said softly, How did Big Brother treat me in the past? Now, you have to treat me like this. What did I do in the past? Yun Nuashing felt that something wasn't right. You hugged me the whole night and slept with me every time. Let's change to another. Yun Nuashing shivered and said with difficulty. No discussion. Xian ignored him and carried him in a princess carry. No. Seeing that he was being carried, Yun Nuashing's face turned pale. He kept struggling, afraid that he would be robbed and raped. It's late. Let's go back and sleep. Xian calmly carried Yun Nuashing and looked at the sky. Her figure flashed and disappeared on the spot, leaving behind a sorrowful howl. The tragedy is repeating itself. It's been repeated tens of thousands of times. Although it has happened before, at least it wasn't such a mournful howl like this. Do you guys think something will happen tonight? It's possible. With his inexperienced and innocent appearance, I'm afraid that Xian will devour him until not even his bones are left. Taking advantage of the situation? I like it. When he recovers his memory, we can hold a big wedding. It's so festive. In the corner of the palace, 6 people secretly watched the 2 of them for a long time. When they saw that Yun Nuashing was carried away by Xian, they couldn't help but mutter. All kinds of guesses emerged, and they even imagined that there would be gentle moans coming from inside. A sleepless night. Everyone looked at each other and smiled, then returned to their rooms. Of course, the fantasy was very beautiful. Xingxing was very calm, and Xian didn't do anything. The latter only used him as a pillow to sleep for the night and didn't do anything else. However, because they were very close to each other, the girl's faint body fragrance kept rushing into a certain someone's nostrils, making him memorize pie for the whole night. He kept calming his churning thoughts, and only fell asleep when dawn approached. After all, he was still a man. It was just that he was occasionally too calm. It was better not to have such temptation. The night passed peacefully. In the morning, Chuan Yun and the others quietly opened Xian Yin's boudoir. They didn't see clothes strewn all over the floor, nor did they see the room in a mess. The two of them on the bed were neatly dressed, and their breathing was calm. Nothing happened. Chuan Yun and the others were disappointed. They thought that something would happen after such an ambiguous night. It seemed that they had underestimated Yun Nuoxing's endurance. They sighed, and before they could slowly leave, they were thrown out by a spatial energy. The door was gently closed. Xian Yin slowly put her lily-white hands down and hugged Yun Nuoxing's neck. She shifted her body closer to him and continued to sleep. Yun Nuoxing quietly opened his eyes a little and sneaked a peek. Xian Yin's pretty face was peaceful, as if she had found something she could rely on. She slept very peacefully. The girl in front of him was very quiet. Her slightly raised eyebrows were slender, and her breath was very gentle, like an orchid or a musk. Looking at the pretty face that was only an inch away from him, Yun Nuoxing didn't have any evil thoughts in his heart. He only felt a faint sense of peace. In fact, he already had an answer. The answer in his heart had already come out. It should have originated from the feelings he had in the past. He had a vague feeling that the faint, warm feeling was definitely not love. It was more like the kinship of an elder brother to his younger sister. What a sin, Yun Nuoxing murmured. He blamed himself for casually bringing someone home in the past, but he also felt sorry for her. If he hadn't brought her back, he didn't know what would have happened to her. In the end, things ended up like this. He only had a deep sense of kinship towards her, and he saw her as a younger sister. However, her love for him was like a flame, like a star emitting a blazing light. She couldn't bear to part with him. He was her one and only. With his intelligence, it was impossible for him to not have thought of such an ending. Then, what kind of mentality and thoughts did he have back then to choose to bring Xian Yin back? Did he really not care about the consequences? Or did he not think too much at all? Did I do something wrong? Yun Nuoxing blamed himself. If he hadn't started, things wouldn't have ended up like this. It was very, very cruel. Although he knew that not all stories would have a happy ending, he couldn't bear to see her hurt and cry. Did he have to sacrifice himself for others? Big Brother didn't do anything wrong. Big Brother has never done anything wrong. He slowly opened his eyes. Xian Yin had been awake for a long time, but she was unwilling to wake up. She wanted to immerse herself in this dream with no ending for a little longer. You, Xian Yin, when did you wake up? Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Could it be that she had heard all the whispers just now? Then the consequences were so hasty. I woke up when Chuan Yin was sent out. Xian Yin blinked at Mei Mao. She looked at him calmly, and her palm gently caressed his face. That, Xian Yin, Although her jade hand was moving gently on his face, Yun Nuoxing panicked. Yesterday he said that he would give her an answer in the future. Now he said what was on his mind directly. I know. Xian Yin smiled slightly. Mei Mao, on the other hand, was gloomy. Her smile was very stiff and forced. She smiled sadly and said, Big Brother will always see me as a younger sister in his heart. I know. Xian Yin. Seeing that she was about to cry, Yun Nuoxing suddenly felt his heart ache. It was as if it was being torn apart. It was so painful that even his voice trembled. But I don't want to be a younger sister. I don't want to be your younger sister, Xian Yin murmured. She seemed to have used up all the energy in her body to say those words. Her entire body went limp. Sigh. Yun Nuoxing sighed. After a moment of silence, he smiled bitterly and said, I know that too. Xian Yin wanted to change their relationship, but she was also afraid of changing it. He also understood this kind of complicated feeling. Forget it. I won't bother with you. Sleep a little longer. Just when Yun Nuoxing thought that Xian Yin would be sad for a while, she suddenly smiled through her tears. When he wasn't paying attention, She planted a deep kiss on his face. She buried her head in his chest, closed Mei-Mao, and smiled knowingly. You little girl. Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl really changed faster than flipping a book. Yun Nuashing shook his head. After thinking through many things, he didn't feel too restrained. Although he was still a little embarrassed, he simply hugged Xianyin and calmed his mind. His body slowly relaxed, and he slowly fell asleep. Chapter 91. They had a good sleep. Perhaps it was because the two of them had been honest, but even though they didn't cross the line, the two of them were no longer restrained. Their hearts were very calm and relaxed, and they fell asleep after a while. It was the 3rd month of spring, and the grass was long, and the orioles were flying. It was the best spring of the year, and the willows were everywhere in the capital. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky, and the warm sunlight shone into the dazzling snow-white palace that the two of them slowly got up. No, to be more accurate, they were blasted up. The door to the room was kicked open by a slender and smooth leg. Yu-Yin walked over to the bed with sexy and elegant steps. Looking at the two of them hugging on the bed, she raised her eyebrows and grabbed the thick blanket. She abruptly pulled it open and roared with 80% of her strength. The sun is shining on your buttocks! Why aren't you getting up? Do you want to sleep to death? Big sis, just let me sleep for a while, it's nothing. Yun Nuashing murmured as she rubbed her sleepy eyes. She grabbed the blanket and pulled it over her body. Her head automatically pressed against Xianyin's head, and after a while, she prepared to sleep again. You're hugging each other even when you're sleeping. You're flaunting your love to the ends of the earth. Yu-Yin's charming face twitched. She put her hands on her hips and snorted. Big sis Yu-Yin is jealous. Xianyin opened her silver Mei-Mao eyes and closed them again in less than 2 seconds. She hugged Yun Nuashing's waist with one hand and pulled the blanket over herself with the other. Then she said with a smile, Damn, big sis would be jealous of a little girl like you. I won't drink it if it tastes disgusting. Yu-Yin fiercely said as she fiercely gritted her teeth and ground them a few times. Phew! Yun Nuashing gently exhaled, as if she had fallen asleep again. You stinking brat! Yu-Yin sighed. She reached out and ravaged his handsome face. One moment, she pulled it long, and the next moment, she squeezed it flat. It looked very comical. I heard some news and thought that you would be interested, so I told you. If you don't wake up, I won't tell you any more. Looking at that funny face, Yu-Yin couldn't help but laugh. What news? Yun Nuashing mumbled as she opened her eyes in a daze. However, her eyelids were trembling as if they would fall at any moment. People from the Heavenly Secret Pavilion have come to Red Star City, saying that they can help you calculate or predict what you want to know. Yu-Yin narrowed her eyes and smiled mysteriously. Nanny! As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Nuashing jumped up. Her previous laziness was swept away, and what was left was only excitement and agitation. The radiance in her eyes almost blinded Yu-Yin. Isn't it just the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Big brother, what do you want to know? Xianyin will help you deduce later. Yin can also deduce. Xianyin pursed her lips and stretched out her hand to pull Yun Nuashing. At their level, it was not impossible to predict some possible futures, so it was no wonder that she didn't care. Okay, Yun Nuashing fell on the bed. The chief Heavenly Secret Master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, Heaven-Defying Senior, has come in person. Yu-Yin was so angry that she didn't have any temper. Big brother, get up, hurry, the old man is here, let's go. Before Yun Nuashing could say anything, Xianyin jumped up first, hugged Yun Nuashing, and ran to wash up Yun Nuashing and Yu-Yin. What happened to your indifference just now? The Heavenly Secret Master was a very mysterious profession, and it was divided into 2 branches. The Heavenly Secret Master could see through the topography of the world, reverse the universe, steal the sky and change the sun, and shift the positions of the stars. They could use the sky as their breath, the earth as their body, the stars as their spirit, and all living things as their spirit. The heavenly secret master could see the changes in the sky, observe the vicissitudes of the world, comprehend the laws of the world, see through the mysteries of destiny, no reincarnation, see through the past, defy the heavenly secret, and see through life and death. The heavenly secret master didn't have any innate restrictions or elemental restrictions. As long as one had enough comprehension and strong insight, anyone could do it. The only thing left was whether there was a special cultivation method. Due to the changes in the world, too much time had passed, and many inheritances had been lost. These two professions, especially the heavenly secret master, were becoming rarer and rarer. Although the inheritances were one of the reasons, seeing through the heavenly secret was a heaven-defying thing, and one would be punished by the heavens, especially for things that had a great impact or were too secretive to be seen. Forcibly seeing through the heavenly secret would cause the world to shake, and that kind of heavenly punishment was enough to destroy the world. In this era, not many people were willing to risk their lives just to make a prediction. As the top heavenly secret master among the heavenly secret masters, he was a legendary figure. It was said that he could see through all things in the world without being punished by the heavens. The heavenly secret master is different from ordinary heavenly secret masters. He is a god who crowns himself as a heavenly secret master. His cultivation is extremely high, and even the divine statue deduction that gods of our level can't be as accurate as his, Xianyin explained as she helped Yun Nuoxing tidy up his clothes. The so-called heavenly secret masters, I think, can be renamed as prophets. They use unique methods to predict the past and present, and some can even see the future. So complicated. Yun Nuoxing face-bombed, feeling a little dizzy after hearing the academic explanation. Uft! Xianyin covered her mouth and giggled. You used to like to deduce a lot. You used to be. I didn't say anything. She suddenly covered her mouth, obviously having said something wrong. Used to be what? Yun Nuoxing felt that something was wrong, so he raised his eyebrows and asked with an evil smile. No, nothing. Let's go to the heavenly secret master's place. Xianyin quickly shook her head and pushed Yun Nuoxing away with one hand. The three of them had just walked out of the hall. But before they could walk out of the palace, little Ming saw Yun Nuoxing and immediately ran over to him excitedly. The little girl jumped into Yun Nuoxing's arms and acted coquettishly for a while before speaking in a tender voice. Big brother, there's someone at the door who wants to see you. See me? The hand that was caressing Ming paused, and Yun Nuoxing frowned slightly. He was confused. He didn't know anyone, so who would come to see him? Could it be someone he used to know? Ah, Xianyin thought for a while, then suddenly clapped her little hands and said helplessly, The heavenly secret master is here. He probably predicted that we would go to see him, so he came first. That's really passionate. Yun Nuoxing opened his mouth and shook his head with a smile. Then he slowly walked to the door and gently pushed it open. Warm sunlight poured down, covering the surroundings with a layer of faint golden light. Outside the palace, a young man in white stood with his hands behind his back. His temperament was ethereal, and his white clothes fluttered in the wind. He had a handsome and carefree face, and his skin was a perfect bronze color. Under the golden sunlight, it shone with a faint flowing light. Yun Nuoxing squinted slightly and waited for his eyes to adjust to the sunlight before opening them again. When he saw the young man not far away, he was stunned for a moment. Was this the so-called heavenly secret master? Shouldn't the heavenly secret master be the kind of old man who wore a gray robe, had a stubble on his beard, was slovenly, and had a strange breath coming out of his nostrils? Xianyin held Yun Nuoxing's hand and explained softly in his ear, although basically no one can live forever. Their lifespan is extremely long, so they don't necessarily look old. Oh, Yun Nuoxing nodded in understanding. When the young man saw him coming out, he put down his arms and slowly opened his squinted eyes. A touch of joy surged in his heart. Then he quickly walked forward and punched Yun Nuashing on the shoulder. He laughed in a hearty voice and said, "Good fellow, you're willing to come back. Why do I know so many king people?" Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this address. Why did he see acquaintances everywhere? "Brother, you've traveled all over the great wide world back then and observed all kinds of changes in life. Everyone knows about you. It's just that times have changed, so basically no one knows you now." Xian Yin shook Yun Nuashing's arm and smiled. "Little star, can you tell me your age?" At the side, after Yu Yin finished listening, a strange expression appeared on her pretty face as she looked at Yun Nuashing. Clearly, she was very surprised that he knew so many people. "How would I know?" Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. Heaven-defying ultimate God looked at Yun Nuashing with a smile. After a long while, he nodded and waved his hand to throw a brocade pouch the size of a fist. He smiled and said, "Everything you want to know and can know is written inside." I haven't thought of what to ask yet." Yun Nuashing opened his mouth wide and mumbled. Heaven-defying ultimate God patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "I'm leaving now. I don't have time now. Let's catch up later." Heaven-defying ultimate God's figure disappeared the moment he finished speaking. This old fellow is still so elusive. Xian Yin rolled her eyes. Then she looked at the red brocade pouch and said, "Quick, take a look at what's written inside." Nodding his head, Yun Nuashing tore open the red ribbon. He reached his hand in and fiddled with it for a while before taking out a neatly folded piece of paper. Then, under the curious gazes of the three people and himself, he slowly opened it. "China. Kuan Qian Ji Tai. China." These were the words written on a white piece of paper. China is the center of China. Then it's Kuan Qian Ji Tai? Could it be Kuan Yuan region, Qian Yuan region, Ji Yuan region, and Tai Yuan region? The three of them interpreted the meaning of these words and then looked at each other. They did not know the meaning of these words. I was planning the route to find my origins. Could it be that this is the route I'm going to take? Starting from China and going in this direction to the realm of the gods. Do we still have to return to China in the end? Yun Nuashing tilted his head and said, "The route of the army." Yu Yin nodded and smiled. "Oh my God, we're going to travel through the realm of the gods. How long is that going to take?" Yun Nuashing's face twitched. Although he once said that the roads were connected and that they could always go back, in reality, just thinking about traveling through the realm of the gods made his legs go weak. It had not even begun. Xian Yin covered her mouth and giggled. "Let's see what else is there." Yu Yin poked Yun Nuashing and urged. Yun Nuashing pursed his lips and opened the second piece of paper. "Starry sky, North Ice Realm, South Ice Realm. What the F***CK? What the F***CK? What the F***CK?" Yun Nuashing almost threw the piece of paper to the ground. He wanted to tear it up and scolded angrily. "Are you telling me to watch the entire world? I have to go straight to the starry sky in the end." "It's okay. Big brother will be able to finish it one day." Xian Yin patted his face and comforted him gently. She was making sarcastic remarks. "Why did you go there for no reason?" Yu Yin took the piece of paper and looked at it. Then she looked at Yun Nuashing, and her expression became even stranger. Big brother, I'll pick one." Ming tugged at Yun Nuashing's collar. His volunteering look was amusing. Okay. Ming, pick one." Yun Nuashing patted Ming's little head dotingly. Then he put the brocade pouch in front of Ming and asked her to reach out her small hand. She searched the pouch for a while and pulled out a small yellowed piece of paper. Everyone was stunned when they saw the yellowed piece of paper. The first two pieces of paper were white. It was obvious that there was an ulterior motive. He patted Ming's head and gestured for her to open it. The latter nodded obediently. Then, with a flip of her little hand, she slowly opened the yellowed piece of paper, ranking. Only the large word ranking was written in a flamboyant style. The strokes were divine and exuded an aura that was above the world. Ranking? Yun Nuashing was stunned. They didn't feel any pressure from the word. They were just a little confused about what the word was trying to tell them. There were many so-called ranking lists. Could it be? Yu-Yin muttered to herself for a while. Then she said hesitantly, could it be those ranking lists in the realm of the gods? Those strange and bizarre ranking lists. There wasn't just one ranking list in the realm of the gods. There were several lists. The treasure of heaven and earth ranking list, the divine weapon ranking list, the divine flame ranking list, the divine beast ranking list, the alchemy tripod ranking list, the heavenly talisman ranking list, the devil thunder ranking list, and the 10,000 formation ranking list. The things recorded on these lists were all famous. They were either born in the world or were born in the hands of heaven-defying geniuses. They were included and ranked by people. Yu-Yin once said that the people who made these lists were definitely people who had nothing better to do. Even if it's those lists, he didn't say which list it was. Yun Nuashing also thought of it. However, she asked doubtfully, after all, the heaven-defying ultimate god only mentioned the word ranking, and didn't specify which list it was. After thinking for a long time, Yun Nuashing still couldn't figure it out. She could only turn her gaze to Xianyin. Yin doesn't know either. Xianyin shook her head. Her expression was also doubtful. Don't tell me he wants you to collect the things on the list? Yin thought for a while and asked hesitantly, what? Collect what? How would I know? Yin rolled her eyes. Anyway, just remember it first. I'll pay attention to everything related to the list. Yun Nuashing shrugged. She felt that she would have a lot of work to do in the future. There's another one. Xianyin glanced at the brocade pouch and reached out her hand to take out the pink piece of paper. Why is it pink? The few of them looked at each other. They didn't know what kind of ingenuity this was. Her slender fingers slowly opened it. Xianyin glanced at it and smiled. She opened it for them to see. This is my most special gift. Your wish of many years is about to come true. However, be careful when you read it, because it was obviously an extra sentence written by the heaven-defying ultimate god. The real content was hidden. How mysterious. But what is my wish? And you want me to be careful? Yun Nuashing shook her head. She looked at Xianyin and asked, I don't know. Brother didn't mention it to me. If he did, I would have remembered it even if I was unconscious. But I'll know when I read it. Xianyin smiled. She covered the pink piece of paper with her hand. Energy surged, and the paper emitted a pink light. After the light dissipated, Xianyin raised her head to take a look. Then, her entire body seemed to have frozen. At the same time, the space seemed to have stopped as well. When Yun Nuashing and the other two saw her huge reaction, they were also shocked. They hurriedly peeked their heads over, and then they were like Xianyin, completely petrified into statues. Even their expressions froze in an instant. There was no other reason other than the 4 words written on it. Encounter with true love. Chapter 92. True Love. Yun Nuashing was taken aback. His handsome face instantly became sluggish, and his dark eyes stared at the 4 words. His heart actually skipped a beat, and a feeling of excitement arose spontaneously. Xianyin folded the pink slip of paper. Seeing his unconcealable excitement, a sour feeling spread in her heart and filled her entire body. She faintly felt her heart ache. No wonder I told you to be careful. Seeing that Xianyin was about to cry, Yin hurriedly sent a telepathic message to Yun Nuashing, asking him to say something quickly. Hearing the telepathic message, Yun Nuashing finally noticed Xianyin's expression. He was too excited just now and didn't notice anything. Now that he reacted, he suddenly wanted to slap himself to death. What should he do now? I don't know who it is. Could it be someone around us? Yun Nuashing picked up the pink slip of paper and looked at it with interest. After some thought, he blurted out this sentence. Hearing this, Xian Yin was stunned for a moment. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing deeply for a long time. When his face turned red, she looked away and said with a forced smile, "Maybe. I don't know either." Although she was smiling, Xian Yin felt that it was a little embarrassing. "Don't think too much." Knowing that she was pretending to be calm, Yun Nuashing patted Xian Yin's head, sighed and said gently, "I'm not thinking about anything." Xian Yin stuck out her tongue playfully. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing affectionately and said with a smile, "Brother will definitely be mine. I won't think about anything else." Ah. Yun Nuashing scratched his head and his face was slightly hot. However, seeing that Xian Yin didn't seem to be pretending to be calm, he also heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that she wouldn't be able to think about it in such a short time. Comforting her was a small matter, but making her feel sad would be detrimental to her mental strength. "All right, stop flirting here." Yu Yin rolled her eyes at him and gave him a knock on the head. "Looks like I have to make some preparations for a long trip." Tilting her head, Yun Nuashing stretched and put away the 4 pieces of paper. This time, she wasn't just going to the divine land to look for something. Instead, she was going to cross the entire divine realm. She didn't know how many years it would take to finish traversing this vast and boundless world. Moreover, judging from the notes left behind by the heaven-defying ultimate God, she would have to rush into the starry sky and perhaps go to other worlds. Ranking. The items recorded on every ranking board in the God realm were all extraordinary items. It was already a blessing from the heavens for an ordinary person to obtain any one of them. This time he still had to search for those unattainable divine items on the ranking board. He had yet to say what he was looking for, but this would greatly increase the scope of his search. Just talking about the divine weapon ranking, the 12 divine swords in the divine sword record were divine weapons passed down from a few eras ago. They all had their own consciousness and could open up space on their own to travel through time and space. Almost no ordinary person had ever seen them, let alone held them in their hands. If they forcibly took them away, it would inevitably lead to an earth-shattering battle. It was already strange and terrifying that Yun Nuashing was able to hold the first and second ranked divine weapons in his hands. It could be said that it was the strangest thing in the world. Seeing that Yun Nuashing was deep in thought, Xian Yin also frowned slightly. Mei Mao thought for a while and finally nodded heavily. She took out a colorful scroll from her ring and rubbed it with her jade-like hands. Under Yun Nuashing's curious gaze, she stuffed it into his arms and said with a smile, "This was left behind by my brother. Once, my brother seemed to want to collect all the items on the ranking board, so he drew this scroll. However, the information is not very complete. There are only a few records left on it." After receiving the scroll, Yun Nuashing tilted his head and threw it into the air. With a flick of his finger, the scroll quickly unfolded, forming an inescapable net that expanded to a size of several hundred feet. Astonishingly, 5 distinct plates could be seen inside the scroll. The rest of the scroll was a black universe dotted with stars. There were countless crisscrossing lines and markings drawn on the scroll. There were even a few lines that traversed the entire scroll, connecting 2 or 3 items, and then pointing to other places. With just a glance, Yun Nuashing kept the scroll and threw it into his pendant. Then he rubbed his eyes and cursed, "F***CK, I'm blind." "Uft!" Yu Yin and Xian Yin laughed at the same time. The two of them who knew his personality naturally knew that the scroll was too complicated and had made him dizzy just by looking at it. "Brother, this is a star map. However, because it's damaged, you have to find the fragments that were lost all over the world and repair it yourself. When that time comes, it'll only take an instant for you to go wherever you want to go." Xian Yin laughed for a while and continued to take out a blue disc the size of a wash basin from her ring. There were also a lot of lines drawn on it. 8 sharp pillars protruded from the edges of the disc by a foot and curved towards the center. However, the disc was dim and had no core. It looked like it was really damaged. Yun Nuashing took it and looked at it carefully. Then he shook his head and threw it into his pendant. The complexity of this thing was no less than the scroll just now. Although it was damaged, it could still be repaired. Anyway, he had to run all over the world. He would find it sooner or later. And this, Xian Yin continued to take out a black cross pendant from her ring. Without any explanation, she hung it around Yun Nuashing's neck and tied it. This is... Yun Nuashing grabbed the cross and looked at it curiously as he asked, "Brother, you'll know in the future. Right now, its ability is still in a sealed state. It's not that easy to undo it." Xian Yin stuck out her tongue and smiled. "And these?" Xian Yin didn't idle her hands. She took out 2 more rings. One was purplish red and the other was silver white. She lifted Yun Nuashing's left hand and put it on his ring and middle fingers. Yun Nuashing rubbed Xian Yin's head. He felt that this little girl wanted to give him everything, so he couldn't say no. After hesitating for a while, Xian Yin gritted her teeth and touched her forehead with her finger. Musical notes, divine seal appeared and light surged. Just as she was about to take something out, Yun Nuashing grabbed her hand. "Little girl, don't be like this. You're giving me everything. How can I accept it?" Yun Nuashing frowned slightly. He knew that the things that Xian Yin took out were earth-shattering in the outside world. They were left behind by deities. It was enough to make people go crazy and fight over them. Unexpectedly, Xian Yin only smiled and shook her head. "My life was given to me by Brother. Everything I have belongs to Brother. Brother, you don't have to feel embarrassed." After saying that, she gently took away Yun Nuashing's hand and touched her forehead with her finger. The divine seal immediately shone, brightly and dazzlingly. Xian Yin. Yun Nuashing sighed. He knew that he couldn't stop her. Just from these 2 days of contact, he could faintly feel that Xian Yin's personality was as stubborn as his. Once she made a decision, she wouldn't give up. The light flowed for a long time. Xian Yin raised her hand, and a guqin covered in light flew out from the divine seal on her forehead. It floated in front of Xian Yin, and she gently hugged it. She gently rubbed her hands against it. The guqin was 6 feet long and was silver blue in color. 8 azure blue strings were placed on the surface of the guqin. The colors seemed to be flowing and overflowing. Swirling guqin, the god spark weapon of the god of music. Xian Yin smiled and gently placed the guqin on Yun Nuashing's chest. Godhood weapons weren't god-ranked weapons. God-ranked weapons were god-ranked weapons, but godhood weapons contained godhood, which was the will of a god spirit. Godhood weapons were weapons that surpassed all other types of weapons. Who could possibly stand up to a god-ranked weapon like that? Of course, godhead weapons could only be forged by god-level forgers, because they were the only ones who could imbue their divine sense and divine authority into the weapon. This was a level that magic tools could not achieve. After all, magic tools had their own weak or strong consciousness. If divine sense was imbued into them, the two would clash and they might explode unless God's Spark was used to forge ritual artifacts. Ritual artifacts wouldn't be contaminated with God's Spark and divine right's power. As for the swirling guqin, it was the god of music's origin God's Spark weapon. It was the god of music's life weapon. It was a weapon that was inherited or forged when he became a god. It was a symbol of a god's identity. I can't take it. It's too precious. Yun Nuashing frowned and shook his head. This was the god's origin God's Spark weapon. It was a clone. Without it, it was tantamount to losing half of his combat power. How could he take it? Brother. Seeing that Yun Nuashing wasn't willing to take it, Xian Yin was a little anxious. She frowned and pleaded softly. If it wasn't for the fact that Yin couldn't be by your side, I wouldn't be like this. But I'm really worried about you leaving like this. What if something happens to you again? What will happen to Yin? Silly. Yun Nuoxing's heart warmed. He gently patted her head and smiled. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Of course, he had the confidence to say this. When he went all out, gods that weren't of the god and underworld level couldn't hurt him. The 10,000 spirits killing formation wasn't something to be trifled with. Moreover, he himself had 2 god weapons. Although they were both damaged, their power was still extremely great. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoxing worriedly and sighed. Xian Yin's mind moved, and the swirling guqin turned into a ball of silver light the size of a fist. Just when Yun Nuoxing thought that she had given up and heaved a sigh of relief, Xian Yin smiled slyly and slapped his chest with the ball of light in her hand. She sent the ball of light into his heart. A gentle light spread out and nourished his heart meridians. Xian Yin. Yun Nuoxing couldn't react in time. He only saw the ball of light enter his body and wrap around his heart. A small guqin came out of his heart and spun around on the surface, as if it was protecting that place. Big Brother, you have to remember this. Because Big Brother's cultivation is too low, you can only use the swirling guqin 3 times. After you use it 3 times, it will seal itself and protect your heart meridians. This seal will only be released when you reach the god rank. During this time, you absolutely can't use it forcefully. Otherwise, your soul will suffer a backlash. Do you understand? Xian Yin pulled Yun Nuoxing's hand and reminded him seriously. This was Yun Nuoxing's strongest trump card. She really couldn't be at ease with Yun Nuoxing running around the world without a backup. Perhaps she would be urgently called back soon. He needed someone or something to rely on and protect him. I know, little girl. Yun Nuoxing smiled helplessly. He stretched out his hand and scratched her nose. Since she had already forced it into his body, he couldn't say anything else. After all, she was doing it for his own good. Xian Yin smiled happily. The divine imprint on her forehead glowed once again. She stretched out her finger and tapped Yun Nuoxing's forehead. Under his helpless gaze, she carved a silver-white imprint. The moment the imprint was formed, it exploded with a resplendent light. It was dazzling and gave Yun Nuoxing an indescribable charm. A faint pressure also emanated from the silver-white imprint. At this moment, Yun Nuoxing felt as if everything in the world was listening to his orders. However, this only lasted for an instant before it disappeared. The imprint also slowly sank into his soul between his brows. Lass, are you going to give everything to me? Seeing the imprint in his soul, Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xian Yin seemed to have already given him a lot of things. She was just short of sending herself to him. Yes, what's mine is Big Brother's. Xian Yin smiled indifferently. She hugged Yun Nuoxing's arm and shook it continuously. Ahem. At this moment, Yin coughed heavily. She rolled her eyes at the 2 of them and said, Don't always show off your affection. I'm jealous. Chapter 93. Ever since the prophecy that day, life had temporarily returned to normal. Yin had returned to the academy to further her cultivation, while Yun Nuoxing was waiting for Yin. During this period of time, she had been accompanying Xian Yin to shop and have fun. Ming had been taken away by Yin, saying that she didn't want to be a third wheel. Although Ming was a little unwilling, seeing Yin's serious expression, she could only nod obediently and follow her. Inside the academy, without anyone knowing, Xian Yin had repeatedly instructed the elders and teachers to train Yin with a strict and harsh attitude. Then, during the test, she would pass the flame demon burning sky technique to Yin. Of course, it couldn't be done too early, in case the latter became suspicious. Of course, other than seeing that she was Yun Nuoxing's friend, Xian Yin also had some selfish motives. The flame demon burning sky technique was known as the strongest fire element mystic technique. So naturally, there were many mysteries that outsiders didn't know about. Xian Yin hoped that Yin would be able to help Yun Nuoxing one day. It had to be said that she really cared about Yun Nuashing to the point of being tongue-tied. Just as Yun Nuashing had said, she had almost sent herself over. Although he had a precious treasure, Yun Nuashing clearly knew that his own strength was also very important. If his cultivation wasn't high enough, it wouldn't be easy to control a divine artifact. Therefore, he had arranged his own schedule quite well. Every day, he would spend it cultivating. At night, he would practice mystic techniques and secret techniques, and occasionally, he would accompany Xian Yin to shop and play. Although it was only occasionally, Xian Yin was by his side all day long. She didn't leave his side at all. While he was cultivating, she wasn't idle either. She used her divine power to condense the energy of heaven and earth, allowing Yun Nuashing's cultivation to be smoother. In addition to these, Xian Yin would also throw a lot of precious pills and herbs at Yun Nuashing. Every day when he slept, she would use her god power to wash his muscles and bones. This action would not only increase his physical strength, but also leave some god imprints in his body, which would make him more powerful in the future. In addition, the god imprints could also break many evil spells, and evil spirits could not get close to him. At night, he taught Yun Nuashing how to use the whirlpool zither. He didn't have to bear the burden of energy, and Xian Yin was teaching him step by step. Although this kind of charming posture made a certain someone absent-minded, his progress was still quite good. Of course, if he were to use the whirlpool zither by himself, he would probably be sucked dry in an instant. With that kind of burden, it was no wonder that Xian Yin said she would seal herself up to the divine level. Only experts of that level could barely use it. As the days went by in a leisurely and unhurried state, almost a year had passed. Yu Yin finally walked out of the Earth Pagoda after receiving the special treatment from the Red Star Academy. The Earth Pagoda was a kind of training facility in the academy. Using one's own divine sense, one could enter and experience some real battles from low to high level. Because these were the most realistic battles, there would be death effects, but it would not really affect the trainee. Only part of their divine sense would be shattered, and they would be fine after a short rest. Yun Nuashing had been to the Earth Pagoda a few times before. The Earth Pagoda would restore one's true strength. In other words, whatever one's body had after entering, one's divine sense would also be there. Of course, if one were to use a divine artifact right from the start, then it would not be as effective as the training. He could only rely on his own strength and the 4 elements, and could not reach the 50th level. The 50th level was an extremely special checkpoint. It would reflect a person or object of the same level of strength undergoing training. Hence, Yun Nuashing encountered an opponent who also had the light element. Because it was his first battle, he did not have any methods to deal with the light element, and was instantly killed, just like how his opponent was killed. Due to his stubborn personality, Yun Nuashing spent a total of 10 days at the 50th level before he managed to defeat the reflection by a hair's breadth. He was also covered in injuries. Damn, if I had known earlier, I would have just activated the 10,000 spirits, killing array, and killed him. Why did it take so much effort? This was the first sentence Yun Nuashing said after coming out of the 50th level. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not choose to use strength that exceeded his own level. Instead, he used his own strength and pushed the light element to its limits to find a chance to kill the reflection. In that instant, he was confident that he had reached the speed of light because the scenery around him had instantly stopped. Of course, the consequence of overestimating his own speed was that although he had killed the reflection, he had also fainted. When Yu Yin came out of the 50th level of the Earth Pagoda Gate, Yun Nuashing had also just finished his training on the strings. He could now use the swirling wand zither with ease. Once, he inadvertently checked his body and discovered that there was an additional element that had mysteriously appeared in his body. It was azure in color, like flowing water or the vast ocean. It was the water element. The water element. Yun Nuashing looked at the blue ball of water that was floating in his palm, and his gaze instantly became sluggish. He was sure that he had not consumed anything related to the water element, nor did he absorb the water element himself. Then, where did this ball of dense and pure water element come from? The doubts in his heart only lasted for a moment. When he saw Xian Yin looking away guiltily, pretending to be looking at the scenery while Mei Mao would occasionally glance at him, he instantly understood. It must be this lass who did it. Come, lass. Big brother will help you wash your hair. Yun Nuashing smiled and walked behind her. He coldly raised the ball of water and slapped it on her head. He carefully controlled the water element with his elemental energy and did not let it become a torrential river. When Yun Nuashing withdrew the water element, Xian Yin finally reacted. At this moment, her silvery hair was already drenched and a faint mist lingered on it. She then turned her head and stared at Yun Nuashing with an aggrieved expression. She pouted her small mouth and did not know what she had done wrong. Big brother. Xian Yin called out pitifully. However, just as she finished calling out, a large towel covered her head and 2 hands gently wiped it. Yun Nuashing smiled and said I would help you wash your hair. Why would you wash my hair for no reason? Xian Yin pursed her lips. Although she said that, she closed her eyes and enjoyed this feeling very much. At this moment, Xian Yin also admitted that she had used her elemental energy to inject her own water element into Yun Nuashing's body when he was sleeping and fused it into the 5th element. There was not a trace of resistance, allowing Yun Nuashing to perfectly step into the ranks of the 5 elements. Although I want to directly fuse the 5 elements into Big Brother's body, I might not be able to control it. So, 5 elements will do for now. The next time I see Big Brother, I will help Big Brother step into the realm of the 9 elements. Xian Yin smiled proudly. Yun Nuashing was speechless. The coexistence of the 9 elements was something that many people envied. It was something that was unattainable and unattainable, but this girl had settled it with just a few words. At this moment he could only sigh and say. As expected of a deity, such a method was something that he had never heard of before. Time passed quickly, like flowing water, like the sand between one's fingers. The peaceful life made Yun Nuashing forget about time. Day after day, although he wanted to find out his origins, he was not in a hurry. After all, the first step was the divine continent. Just walk to the right side of the Red Star Academy, and you will arrive there. Like many other academies, the Red Star Academy also had a hegemony competition. Only the top students of the academy were qualified to participate. Yun Nuashing could be considered half a student of the Red Star Academy. With his strength, he naturally had the qualifications to participate. However, he was still the same and refused to participate. Competition? A hegemony competition among the students? I'm not going. I'm not interested in fighting with those little brats. When Yu Yin came to call Yun Nuashing, he simply threw out this sentence. In fact, this was indeed the case. If he went on stage, he would throw out a divine weapon and shout, "Who dares to fight with me?" Most likely, the opponent would jump out on their own. Although he did not want to go to those noisy places, he was still pulled over by Yu Yin. She said that she wanted him to watch the competition, and Yun Nuashing was dragged out with a loud voice. When Xian Yin saw Yun Nuashing being dragged away, she giggled and followed them out. There were 2 reasons why Yun Nuashing did not want to show his face in the Red Star Academy. First, he was used as a shield by Yu Yin. Now he was the public enemy of the entire academy. Now that he had kidnapped the dean, he had an additional public enemy. Therefore, when Yu Yin dragged Yun Nuashing to the arena, almost all the boys stood up. Without saying a word, they waved their hands and threw out a large amount of energy. It whistled past and rushed towards the entrance of the arena. The momentum was terrifying. However, when they saw Xian Yin following them in, their eyes popped out. In a moment of shock, they hurriedly retracted their attacks. The nearest attack was only a meter away from Yun Nuashing before it was hurriedly retracted. After that, the rioting students were all silent. They sat upright and still, pretending to be very focused on the battle in the arena. It was as if nothing had happened. In fact, their clothes were all wet and they were restless. Xian Yin covered her mouth and laughed. In an instant, it was as if 100 flowers had bloomed and even the sunlight had lost its splendor. All the students, who were still young, were stunned. The dean, who had never laughed, had laughed. It was a miracle. However, when everyone heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that she would not get angry, Xian Yin smiled and brushed her silver hair that was blown by the wind. Her voice was calm and emotionless as it spread throughout the entire arena. The one who attacked just now, go to the purgatory sect and stay there for a month. When the students heard this, they were all dumbfounded. They even wanted to cry. The purgatory sect, just by hearing the name, they knew that it was not a good place. To stay there for a month, what kind of concept was that? At this moment, they had the urge to chop off their hands. They were all annoyed that they had attacked just now. You, even the little brats, are bullying you. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and said in an old-fashioned manner. She stretched out her hand and lightly scratched Xian Yin's jade nose. How can I not punish you for violating the academy's rules? Xian Yin pouted her small mouth and said disapprovingly, What about the truth? Yin Nuashing raised her right eye and asked with a deep meaning, You dare to hit my brother, are you looking for death? Xian Yin did not even think and blurted out, You. Yin Nuashing sighed. She used both her hands to rub her soft hair, causing Xian Yin to mutter. The surrounding students were stunned, but all of them turned their heads and pretended that they did not see anything. In this match, Yu Yin was also going to fight. Yun Nuashing watched with interest. The Red Star Academy, as a famous academy in the gods' world, was indeed worthy of its reputation. Although the ones going up were all youths in their 20s and 30s, their strength was not low. They were all around the mortal stage 5th level. As for the mortal stage and demon stage, they should be students who had been in the academy for a long time. Yu Yin had also reached the mortal stage 6th level within this year. Yun Nuashing was not worried about her, but the other students. After all, the sun god spear was still with Yu Yin. It was also a divine tool. Once she took it out, her opponents would probably jump off the stage and run away. However, Yu Yin did not use the sun god spear immediately. Relying on her own strength and luck, she entered the finals triumphantly. When she faced an immortal stage 8th level student, she had no choice but to take out the sun god spear. Just a second ago, that student was still grinning, thinking that victory was in his hands. He did not put Yu Yin in his eyes at all. In the next second, a 2-meter-long spear was placed on his neck. A bone-piercing chill seeped into his body. That guy trembled and knelt down, even withdrawing his defense. The whole audience was silent, dead silent. Seeing that long spear, everyone shuddered. Mother asterisk her, bringing a divine tool to the competition. What the hell was she fighting for? Therefore, as expected, the champion's position was so simple and easily landed on Yu Yin's head. No one even had the slightest bit of resentment. It was because they simply could not produce any resentment. Those demon step students also remained silent. I want the flame, demon, flaming heavens art. According to the usual practice, apart from the special reward, the champion could also raise a condition. Yu Yin was not polite and raised a condition that shocked the entire audience. The people in the elder seats looked at Xian Yin with cryptic gazes. Although they had received orders to wait until it was about time to give it to her, they did not know if this counted. When they saw Xian Yin nod her chin slightly, they reluctantly deliberated over and over again, thought for a long time, and unhappily agreed. For a moment, the arena froze again. Although the students tried their best to express their shock, their faces were already numb. From the beginning until now, they had been knocked unconscious a few times, so now they felt that it was nothing. Let's go. Seeing Yu Yin happily holding the flame, demon, flaming heavens art and waving at her to show off, Yun Nuashing also smiled and waved her hand. holding Xian Yin's hand. She slowly walked out of the arena with the resentful gazes of the entire audience. Chapter 94. Little Star. The snow-white palace was illuminated by the icy blue moonlight, giving off a faint coolness. Under the pitch-black night sky, the stars shone brightly, their light penetrating through the distance, crossing the galaxy and falling on this part of the sky. At night, the stars were densely packed as if it was daytime. Yun Nuashing sat alone on the top of the snow-white palace. It was rare for him to have no one by his side tonight. He was already used to having people around him, so he was not used to this. Just as he was feeling a little melancholy, a gentle voice came from behind him, interrupting his melancholy thoughts. Turning his head around, he saw Yuyin, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, slowly walking towards him with light steps. Big brother. Ming poked his head out from behind Yuyin's back, then hurriedly slid down from the former's back. He ran over quickly and called out in joy, throwing himself into Yun Nuashing's arms. He acted like a spoiled child with all his might, causing Yun Nuashing's clothes to become crooked. Reaching out to hug Ming, Yun Nuashing dotingly stroked the little girl who had grown a lot taller. He smiled and said, "Ming has also grown up. Big brother is old now." When he first came to the Red Star Academy, Yun Nuashing had thought of asking Xian Yin to help find Ming's family. However, Xian Yin looked at him strangely, thought for a while, and said that there was no need, and that he could take care of them himself. Although Yun Nuashing was puzzled, seeing Xian Yin's strange expression, he did not ask any more questions. Anyway, the little girl did not make a fuss about going home. He also liked little Ming, so it was fine for him to stay by his side, as long as she did not say that she did not like him. Therefore, Yun Nuashing temporarily dismissed the idea of helping Ming find a home. Big brother is not old. Big brother is still young. Originally, Yun Nuashing was just lamenting the passing of time. She didn't expect Ming to take it seriously. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but laugh when she saw the serious look on his little face. It had been almost 3 years since he first met Ming. The little girl should be about 7 or 8 years old now. She was full of life, and her petite figure was like a top-grade jade carving. Her long, silky, purple-black hair reached her slender waist, and her purple eyes shone with a pure light. Girls generally grew faster than boys. At this time, Ming's height reached Yun Nuashing's waist, but when she curled up, she was still a small ball. She curled up in Yun Nuashing's arms like a bird, her small hands wrapped around his neck. She still looked cute and needed someone to dote on her. Yun Nuashing laughed out loud and scratched Ming's nose. She then turned to Yuyin and smiled. "Are you here for comfort because you're lonely and empty? To hell with your loneliness and emptiness." Yuyin rolled her eyes at him and said, "I'm just afraid that a certain little brat is too lonely, so I reluctantly came up to take a look." "All right, I'm indeed lonely and need someone to accompany me." Yun Nuashing nodded and agreed straightforwardly. Seeing that Yun Nuashing didn't bicker as usual, Yuyin didn't react for a moment. However, she still strode over to Yun Nuashing and sat down next to him. Silence ensued. None of the three said a word. This was different from how they usually got along. Usually they would be noisy, happy, and happy. Unlike today, this strange atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. "What's the matter? Shouldn't you be cultivating that hard-earned Xian technique now?" Just when the three of them couldn't sit still anymore, Yun Nuashing finally spoke. Humans were actually quite complicated. Today, he unintentionally thought of something that made him depressed. However, he didn't want his emotions to infect others, so he still spoke up. Speaking of which. Yuyin suddenly clapped her hands and took out a fiery red scroll from her ring. The air became a little hot because of this, and rich fire elements flowed in the surroundings. However, she didn't open it. Instead, she directly threw it to Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing was stunned. He didn't know why Yuyin threw this thing over. This was the result of her hard work. Could it be that she didn't want it? Here, you can learn it first. Your soul-burning mantra can accommodate and absorb thousands of techniques. This Xian technique of the fire element should be of great help to you. Yuyin smiled as she spread out the hair in front of her forehead. Then you don't want to learn it? You didn't get so many things just for me, right? Yun Nuashing was stunned. He had told Yuyin about the soul-burning mantra when he was bored. However, he didn't expect her to remember it. TSK, don't be so smug. Yuyin rolled her eyes and said, I'm just letting you learn it first. There's no other meaning. Do you want to learn it or not? If not, I'll take it away. After saying that, she reached out to take the flame demon burning sky mantra back. Hey. Yun Nuashing hurriedly dodged and hid it behind his back. He smiled and said, How can I take it back after giving it away? Of course, I want to learn it. At this moment, Ming suddenly tugged at Yun Nuashing's lapel. His little mouth moved closer to Yun Nuashing's ear and laughed softly. Sister Yuyin once said that she wanted brother to be the first to learn it. Ah, Ming, you little traitor. You said you wouldn't say it. Of course. This soft voice didn't escape Yuyin's ears. Her pretty face immediately flushed red as she said angrily. Yun Nuashing raised his eyebrows and glanced at Yuyin. He laughed so hard that his back started to shake. However, his expression remained the same and nothing could be seen. Don't think that I don't know that you're laughing. Seeing Yun Nuashing trembling slightly, Yuyin frowned and said angrily. Tilting his head, Yun Nuashing didn't hesitate and stuck the flame demon-burning sky mantra on his forehead. A huge amount of information turned into a fiery red light that surged into the space between Yun Nuashing's eyebrows and illuminated his face until it was a little red. His head was a little dizzy from the sudden, huge amount of information. However, fortunately, it was only a mystic technique. Although its level was very high, the amount of information was far less than mystic techniques and mystic techniques of the same level. He was only dazed for a while before he recovered. He quickly threw the scroll back to Yuyin. Then he crossed his legs and began to organize the huge amount of information. He mixed it with the core of the burning soul mantra, combined it and strengthened it. Seeing that Yun Nuashing had entered the cultivation state so quickly, Yuyin also stuck the scroll on her forehead and began to absorb the unimaginable amount of information. In the hall, Xian Yin slowly paced around. Her rosy lips curved into a beautiful arc. Her eyes carried some reluctance as she looked at this place. From time to time, she would sit down on a chair and rub her jade-like hands against the wall. However, the place where her mind was most focused was still the top of the palace. Let's wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow will be fine. Xian Yin looked at the 5 people behind her and said with a smile, Sigh. The 5 of them nodded but sighed. They looked at Xian Yin with lonely eyes. After a long while, they shook their heads and sighed before leaving. Seeing the 5 of them leave the hall, Xian Yin also sighed. She raised her head and looked at the top of the palace. Her figure trembled and disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already beside Yun Nuashing. Seeing the red glow on the 2 of them, Xian Yin was stunned for a moment. Then she reacted and slowly sat down while leaning against him. Big sister Xian Yin. Seeing her suddenly appear, Ming, who was nestled in Yun Nuashing's arms, also raised her head and looked at Xian Yin with a crisp smile. Xian Yin smiled and waved at her, indicating for her to come over. Ming understood and carefully got down from Yun Nuashing's arms. She slowly walked to Xian Yin's side and raised her head. Her ethereal eyes looked at her with a curious glow. Xian Yin pulled Ming and patted her head. She smiled and said to herself, I'm so envious that you can always be by Big Brother's side. Isn't Big Sister Xian Yin also by Big Brother's side? Ming blinked her big eyes and said innocently, Xian Yin smiled and shook her head. Her slender finger tapped on Ming's forehead. A rich silver-white light surged out and entered the latter's mind. It turned into rolling energy that filled the petite body. Ming stared blankly as the energy entered her body. She didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, she felt a little warm. It was as if something in her body had been connected. After the energy was transferred for a while, Ming suddenly yawned and slowly stopped. Seeing that her eyes were becoming more and more lively, Xian Yin smiled with satisfaction. She held Ming in her arms and let her slowly fall asleep. Xian Yin. When Ming fell asleep, Yun Nuoxing, who had completed her Xian technique, also woke up. Looking at the girl sitting in front of her, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then she smiled. "Big brother, what do you think?" Seeing that he had woken up, Xian Yin moved closer and asked with a smile. Naturally, she was asking about the flame demon burning the heavens mantra. "Very good. It's very powerful. This Xian technique contains a trace of divinity. When necessary, it can control the fire elements outside the body. Together with the burning soul mantra, the effect is even better." Yun Nuoxing nodded. She didn't hide the admiration in her voice. It seemed that she was very satisfied with this Xian technique. Xian Yin narrowed her eyes and looked at him with a smile. She didn't say anything. "What's wrong?" Seeing her smile, Yun Nuoxing was stunned. She reached out and touched her head. She tilted her head. She only had this habit when she was with Yun Nuoxing. Xian Yin looked at Yun Nuoxing for a long time. She hesitated for a long time and thought for a long time. Then she opened her red lips and said, "Big brother, if one day I do something overboard to you, will you forgive me?" Ah! Yun Nuoxing was stunned by this sudden and nonsensical question. However, after reacting, he still smiled and said, "Inin won't do anything harmful to me. So, there shouldn't be anything." Yun Nuoxing's words were not nonsense. If Xian Yin really regarded him as the most important person in her life, then how could she bear to hurt him? So, this overboard thing was probably just a small matter. "Okay, I got Big Brother's answer." Xian Yin burst into laughter. Her smile was like a flower. It was as gorgeous and dazzling as a blooming rose. It moved people's heartstrings. "Little girl, what are you thinking about?" Yun Nuoxing was baffled. However, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it, so he didn't delve into it. Hee. Xian Yin smiled mysteriously and then said, "Big brother, accompany me to go shopping and play tomorrow." "Okay, but you've already finished shopping in Red Star City. Where else do you want to go?" Without thinking, Yun Nuoxing agreed. In the past year, he didn't know how many times he had gone out shopping. Although Yun Nuoxing didn't like shopping, he also went shopping for Xian Yin's sake. He seemed to be quite interested. Xian Yin was also very happy. And anywhere is fine. For example, Star Moon City. In short, Big Brother is fine. Xian Yin shook her head and replied casually, "Is everyone going shopping together?" Yun Nuoxing suddenly glanced at Yu Yin. His eyes turned, and then he asked, "Idiot, Big Brother." Hearing him ask like this, Xian Yin couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She muttered in a voice that only she could hear, "What?" Yun Nuoxing didn't hear it clearly. His face was blank. With a slight smile, Xian Yin grabbed Yun Nuoxing's hand and gently clasped it together. She smiled and said, "I said only Big Brother and I will go together." Chapter 95. The next morning, the sun was high up in the sky. It was the midsummer season, and even the sunlight was scorching hot, making people sweat profusely. Yun Nuoxing woke up early in the morning, and just as he finished washing up, he was kicked out by Chuan Yun, Yu Yin, and the others. At the same time, Xian Yin also came out. She said that she wanted Yun Nuoxing to accompany her shopping today. Looking at the tightly shut palace door with a strange gaze, Yun Nuoxing felt that everyone was acting strangely today. They were acting strangely. Not only did they shut the door on him, but they also kicked him out the moment he woke up. Even Ming had abandoned him. It made him feel as if he had become an evil person after a good night's sleep, and was then abandoned. "Brother, let's go." Seeing Yun Nuashing's depressed face and his stomach full of doubts, Xian Yin covered her mouth and laughed, then urged him. Yun Nuashing turned his head, looked at Yu Yin, and couldn't help but whistle. Today, Xian Yin was wearing a snow-white dress. Her snow-white hair swayed gently in the breeze, making her look ethereal and otherworldly. Her deep silver eyes sparkled with starlight, and her smooth and slender legs were dazzling under the sunlight. Her graceful and exquisite body was wrapped up in a way that moved people's hearts. Every frown and smile of hers was enough to make people's hearts beat faster. "What are you looking at?" Sensing that Yun Nuashing was staring at her, Xian Yin waved her hand in front of his eyes, amused. "Looking at a beauty." Licking his lips, Yun Nuashing smiled slightly and let Xian Yin lead him as they strolled into the sky in high spirits. The distance between Star Moon City and Red Star City was considerable, although it wasn't like the distance between other cities where ordinary people couldn't reach. It would take at least a few years to travel this distance. Back then, Yun Nuashing used the light element and desperately shortened their 1-month journey to 2 days, allowing Yu Yin to make it in time for the Red Star Academy's registration. Han Lin, who had some grudges with Yu Yin during the registration, had tried to find trouble with her in the Scarlet Star Academy. In the end, he was sent flying with a single slap, along with the people he brought with him. This was one of the reasons why Yu Yin's reputation had spread far and wide. However, what made her feel strange was that she had brought out her divine artifact during the assessment. Logically speaking, no one should have found trouble with her. It was no wonder that some boys were stupid. On the second day, Han Lin became one of Yu Yin's many pursuers after hearing this news. Yun Nuashing only said with a black face, "Damn it, this man is simply dragging down the EQ of all the male comrades." Looking for trouble to show off? His brain was in overdrive. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at Star Moon City. It was still a bustling scene, and the flow of people was no less than that of Red Star City. Because of its unique situation, many people came to see the difference between Star Moon City's starry sky and the moon. Of course, among these people, couples occupied the majority. Therefore, Star Moon City was also known as the Holy Land of Love. Yun Nuashing had lived in the Red Star Academy for more than a year, and more or less knew about this. He always felt that Xian Yin's purpose in coming to this place was very specific. However, seeing Xian Yin's excited look, he didn't want to say something awkward. Whatever she wanted to think, let her be. Although it was said that they were out shopping, the main reason was that Xian Yin was helping Yun Nuashing to prepare for a long journey. The God world was a big place, and not every place was filled with cities. In reality, there were still many undeveloped areas in the God world. It was normal to not see a city for a few years. Therefore, they had to be prepared to be a monk. After all, the Red Star Academy doesn't belong to me alone. I can't be too ruthless. Although Xian Yin controlled the entire Red Star Academy, she couldn't be unscrupulous. Too ruthless? What do you mean by too ruthless? Hearing Xian Yin's words, Yun Nuashing's face suddenly darkened. His finger gently twirled the silver-white ring. Thinking of the elder's heartache, Yun Nuashing felt embarrassed. He had taken away more than half of the herbs, ores, metals, and other things, and this girl actually said that he wasn't ruthless enough? Well, since we're going out, we have to prepare everything. So, let's go to the auction house first. Xian Yin pursed her lips, holding Yun Nuashing's hand. She ran straight to the auction house in the center of the city. Outside the auction house, Xian Yin took out a purple gold card. On it, the word VIP was written clearly. It seemed that Xian Yin was a frequent customer of the auction house. She even had a VIP card, which could save them a lot of trouble. The guards outside the door looked at the purple gold card. When they saw Xian Yin, their expressions changed. One of them flew into the palace behind him at the speed of a gust of wind, and then jumped out at the speed of lightning. Another person came out with him. The principal of the Red Star Academy has graced our humble auction house with your presence. Your presence brings light to our humble shop, but we did not make any preparations. Why don't you let me accompany the two of you?" This black-haired youth, although his tone was very calm and he looked refined, Yun Nuashing could see that he was panting. It seemed that he had rushed all the way here. Holy radiant water, demon flame crystal, spirit dragon fire vine, 9 blood, heavenly Ganoderma. In the spacious room, the youth's eyes were wide open. His heart tightened and his breathing stopped. His brain was about to explode as he read the piece of paper that Xian Yin handed over. His hands were trembling and his mind was about to fall apart. Yun Nuashing looked at the dozens of things that he had never heard of before on the paper. He felt dizzy. The things that Xian Yin needed were definitely not simple. It could be said that they were rare and precious. Thinking of this, Yun Nuashing shuddered. This girl wanted to rob the auction house, right? No wonder they said that she was merciful in the academy, because she didn't. 5,000 kilograms of fire element, top grade, glazed crystal essence. Divine light, glazed crystal. 1 square meter. The youth's face was ghastly pale. Although he tried very hard to pretend to be calm, his cold sweat showed that his state of mind was in turmoil. It seemed that he was about to lose control of his bladder and bladder. The top-grade, glazed crystal essence was a divine item. Its rarity was comparable to a heaven-taboo divine weapon. She casually asked for 5,000 kilograms of glazed crystal essence. Did she really think that glazed crystal essence was cabbage? There was no need to talk about divine light, glazed crystal. There was no news of its appearance. Especially divine light, glazed crystal. It was rare in the world. "My lady, even if we sell our humble auction house, it won't be worth this price." The youth's face was ghastly pale. Sweat poured down like rain, and his handkerchief was soaked. "What's the hurry? I asked you to prepare what you can. I didn't ask you to gather everything." Xian Yin waved her hand lazily and said faintly, 10 minutes. I will do my best." The youth hurriedly replied and ran out like a wisp of smoke. Seeing the youth stagger out of the door, Yun Nuashing retracted his gaze and looked at Xian Yin. He asked, "Lass, why do you need so many shocking medicinal ingredients?" "To refine medicine." Xian Yin stuck out her tongue and smiled mischievously. "I want Brother Wei to refine some medicinal pills. They can help Brother collect divine flame and devil thunder." Yun Nuashing sighed and reached out to touch Xian Yin's head. He said helplessly, "Lass, you have done too much. You don't have to go to this extent for me." He always felt that he owed Xian Yin too much. Although this girl didn't care at all, it wasn't good for him to always be under her care. "Brother, compared to what you did for me in the past, this is still—" Xian Yin smiled disapprovingly, but before she could finish, her mouth was covered by a finger. "The past is the past. I think it's enough. I owe you too much. How can I repay you in the future?" Yun Nuashing sighed. "I don't want you to repay me." Xian Yin pouted. Seeing her like this, Yun Nuashing was speechless. He thought of a saying that might be very suitable for the situation. "Knowing you has been my greatest happiness." Just as Yun Nuashing was sighing, the door was gently opened. The youth, who was like the wind, had returned. He was holding a jade plate in his hand, and on it was a resplendent golden ring. "My lord, I have tried my best to find what you want. Those that can be taken out and those that can't be taken out are all here." The youth respectfully put down the jade plate and bowed. Xian Yin nodded slightly. She left behind a sky-blue card and sucked the ring over. She held onto Yun Nuashing's hand and disappeared from the spot. Leaving behind the youth, who heaved a sigh of relief, he collapsed onto the ground. "Let's go." In the sky above the auction house, Xian Yin looked around. She held onto Yun Nuashing's arm and smiled sweetly. Then they flew into the distance. After shopping in Xingyue City, Xian Yin brought Yun Nuashing along. She didn't stop. Under the ladder's dumbfounded gaze, she broke through the void with a palm and brought him to an unknown place. They traveled all over the world. Xian Yin held onto Yun Nuoxing's hand and hurriedly passed by many places. They stopped at mountain peaks to experience how small the mountains were. They traveled all over the ocean and felt the endless river. No matter where they went, Xian Yin broke through the void and traveled to the next place. Basically, they didn't spend much time on traveling. They traveled all over the world at such a fast speed. They even rushed into the starry sky. In the universe, they walked among the stars and passed by many galaxies. Finally, they landed on an unknown planet and found a patch of grass. Deities could really go anywhere in the world. However, they didn't expect that they could travel all over the starry sky as if there was no one there. It seemed like nothing in the world could stop them. They were the heavens and the earth. This was a slightly sloped grassland. The lush green grass was like a green carpet that extended as far as the eye could see. A faint layer of mist floated on the surface of the grass, making it look like a fairyland. Yun Nuoxing and Xian Yin lay quietly on the grass. The lazy sunlight covered their bodies, giving them a warm feeling that made them sleepy. Xian Yin tilted her head slightly. Mei Mao, whose eyes were as bright as stars, looked at the youth beside her. His eyes were closed, and his breathing was calm as if he was sleeping. Her lips curled up slightly. After a while, she seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes dimmed slightly, and she said gently, "Brother, the swirling zither can only be used 3 times now. When you reach the god level in the future, you must treat it well." Yun Nuoxing opened his eyes slightly when he heard the gentle sound of nature. He patted Xian Yin's head with a smile and said, "How could I spoil something that Xian Yin gave me?" Xian Yin smiled sweetly when she heard that. Her laughter was like a clear spring flowing through a mountain rock, crisp and pleasant to the ear. Yun Nuoxing stared straight at Xian Yin's smiling face and suddenly said, "Lass, you seem a little strange these days. You're helping me prepare equipment for a long journey, and you're also helping me speed up the progress of my cultivation." Xian Yin was slightly taken aback. She tilted her head and looked straight into his pitch-black eyes. She said softly, "Brother is about to go on a long journey. How can I not prepare?" All right. Yun Nuoxing was helpless. Yu Yin had already obtained the flame demon burning the heavens mantra. It was time to continue their delayed journey. Xingming City was just beside them. They would reach it in a single step. The two of them leaned against each other quietly, enjoying what might be the last moment of peace in a short period of time. A gentle breeze blew, and their hair intertwined with each other, alternating between silver and black. "Brother, it's time to go. It's getting dark." After a long time, the half-asleep Yun Nuoxing heard a gentle voice. He opened his eyes in a daze. The sky was still bright and white, and there was no sign of dusk approaching. "It's getting dark in the god realm. We have to go back." Xian Yin touched his face and said softly when she saw the trace of doubt in his eyes, "Oh." Yun Nuoxing stretched lazily and placed his palm in Xian Yin's palm. Then, in the blink of an eye, he came back to his senses. He was already outside the snow-white palace. The surroundings were dark, and the crescent moon hung high in the sky. At this moment, Xian Yin was looking at him excitedly and proudly. Mei Mao glanced at the door, then pulled Yun Nuoxing over slowly. "Shoo." The corner of Yun Nuoxing's mouth twitched as he whistled. He looked at the proud Xian Yin and shrugged. He reached out and gently pushed the door open. "Pa." Suddenly, a series of crisp and small explosions sounded. Dozens of ribbons fell from the door and landed on the head of Yun Nuoxing, who did not react in time. A few voices of laughter sounded at the same time. "Happy birthday!" Chapter 96. The snow-white hall was filled with red and green ribbons. Small lights twined around the ribbons and shone with colorful lights. The ceiling had been transformed into a starry sky. The stars shone brightly and shone brightly, enveloping Yun Nuashing like a spotlight. The entire hall was filled with a joyous atmosphere. At the door, Yun Nuashing had dozens of ribbons draped over his head. He looked at Chuan Yun, Yu Yin, and the others who were holding the colorful firecrackers. For a moment, he didn't react and looked like he was in a daze. "Brother, happy birthday." Just as Yun Nuashing was in a daze, Ming jumped out from the side and jumped onto him. She pulled out a wreath made of snow-white petals and put it on Yun Nuashing's head. Then she kissed him on the face and chuckled. "What's going on?" Yun Nuashing pushed some of the ribbons to the side, reached out and hugged Ming Ming and laughed bitterly. He had been bombarded the moment he entered, causing him to be baffled. Now, there were still strings of ribbons hanging on his head, covering half of his face. "Brother, happy birthday." Xian Yin took out a bouquet of flowers from behind and stuffed it into his arms. She hugged one of his arms and shook it gently. An unbelievably beautiful smile appeared on her face, as if thousands of flowers had bloomed in an instant. "Mine? Birthday?" Yun Nuashing took the snow-white flowers and glanced at their faces in astonishment. He asked doubtfully, "Brother doesn't remember, but I remember it clearly." Xian Yin nodded with a smile. "Then you threw me out today for this?" Yun Nuashing tilted his head and looked at the newly decorated hall. Then he looked at the 5-foot cake on the table and pointed at himself. Finally, he looked at Xian Yin and asked, "Yes, it's a surprise. Do you like it?" Chuan Yin, who was holding a large candle, walked forward and poked his head with a smile. "I like it." Yun Nuashing was very excited and happy, but he couldn't show any expression. He just smiled stiffly and nodded. "All right, don't stand at the door like a fool. Come in and talk." Yu Yin grabbed Yun Nuashing and pulled him into the hall. She threw him on the main seat of the table while she stood at the side and looked at him with a smile. Chuan Yun gently placed the 18 candles on the cake and snapped her fingers. The candles immediately lit up and the red flames swayed gently. "I should be more than 18 years old, right?" Looking at the 18 snow-white candles, Yun Nuashing tilted her head and asked. Xian Yin waved her hand and smiled without saying a word. With a light wave of her jade-like hand, the hall dimmed. Only the 18 candles on the table gave off a bright light. Yun Nuashing lowered his head and glanced at the cake. He was startled for a moment and smiled. There was a huge snow-white palace drawn on the cake. There were many people inside and outside. There was Yun Nuashing, Xian Yin, Yu Yin, Ming, Chuan Yin, Yan Xan, and many other people he didn't recognize. They were all drawn with cream and looked like a family portrait. However, it didn't look serious at all. In the painting, Ming was lying on Yun Nuashing's head. Xian Yin was hugging his arm and Yu Yin was squatting at the side. When he looked at the painting carefully, he was suddenly stunned. Beside Yu Yin, there was a girl in red who looked very clear. It was Yun Nuashing's second identity. Yu Yin covered her mouth and smiled. She seemed very satisfied with Yun Nuashing's expression. "Brother, make a wish." Xian Yin walked behind Yun Nuashing and put her hand on his shoulder. Yun Nuashing blinked. He tilted his head and thought for a while before nodding. He clasped his hands together and placed them in front of his chest. He lowered his head slightly. "I wish that my family and friends can be happy." As a cultivator, he naturally didn't believe in things like wishes. He just kept a beautiful wish. He didn't have anything he wanted and didn't have anything he wanted to do. He could find his origins by himself. Therefore, this wish was the product of his lack of desires. Everyone would live well if they were happy. Phew! After making his wish, Yun Nuashing opened his eyes and blew out the 18 candles in one breath. The hall lit up at the right time. However, the sky was still full of stars. It was naturally the light of the stars. However, when cutting the cake, how do I cut it? I can't bear to cut any of the pieces. Looking at the painting made of the entire cake, Yun Nuashing raised his knife and gestured in several directions. He didn't cut it for a long time. After all, every cut would cut a character. It was really difficult for him to cut it. However, as if they had expected this situation, Chuan Yun and the others took out a big cake from the side with a smile. It only had the words, "Happy Little Star Birthday," written on it. It was a cake with a few words. Looking at the familiar handwriting, it was beautiful and gentle. It was obviously made by Yu Yin herself. This time he didn't hesitate and put the painting away. Then he cut the cake and distributed it equally to everyone. However, when he was dividing the cake with the words "Little Star," Yu Yin and Xianyin fought over it. In the end, he had no choice but to cut it in half and give it to the two of them. Only then did they reconcile. Although the half-foot cake was delicious and fragrant, it was too greasy. Of course, they couldn't finish it. As for the rest, smack! A piece of cake the size of a palm suddenly swept through the air, drawing a beautiful arc, and with a smack it covered Yun Nuoxing's face. A crisp sound rang out in this celebratory hall. "Chuan Yin, how dare you sneak attack Big Brother?" Xianyin was the first to react. She stood up and wiped Yun Nuoxing's creamy face clean. Then she wrapped her entire hand with god power. She reached out and stirred the cake. She grabbed a big lump and threw it at Chuan Yin, who was holding his stomach and laughing. Smack! Another crisp sound rang out. Chuan Yin almost didn't have time to react. That lump of cake directly hit his face as if it had teleported. There was another cake monster in the hall. As the saying goes, a slight move in one part will affect the whole body. When the second sound rang out, everyone stood up with a bang. They grabbed a piece of cake and threw it at anyone they saw. Instantly, the hall was filled with crackling sounds. "Little Star, take this!" Yu Yin smiled as she came behind Yun Nuoxing. She held a 1-foot cake in her hand and smacked it over Yun Nuoxing's head. The cake crumbs scattered in all directions. Pieces of cake of different sizes flew around the hall. They hit the walls, the floor, the chairs, and the sofa. The entire hall was filled with the fragrance of cream. The bright white color was very lively. Big Brother. Just as Yun Nuoxing was having a good time, Ming suddenly called out from behind him. He quickly turned around. In the end, he was greeted by a huge piece of creamy white cake. He had bumped into it himself. Hee-ha, hee-ha. Ming ran away happily after her successful attack. Her purplish-black hair was also covered with snow-white cake. "You little girl, stop right there." Yun Nuoxing laughed loudly and grabbed a small piece of cake. His figure flashed, and he directly appeared in front of Ming Ming, giving her a fright. Then, taking advantage of the moment when she opened her small mouth in shock, he directly stuffed the cake into it. Mm. With her mouth stuffed, Ming couldn't speak for a moment. She couldn't spit it out or eat it. She ran around the room with her mouth wide open. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Little girl, take this." Yun Nuoxing attacked continuously and grabbed a piece of cake. However, he always had a tender heart when dealing with girls, so he didn't slap it directly on their faces. Instead, he slapped it into their mouths. Suddenly, there was a sweet taste of cream in her mouth. Xianyin chewed twice and swallowed it. Then, she wiped the corners of her mouth clean and licked it. Then, she smiled at Yun Nuoxing and said, "Big Brother, I want more." After playing crazily for a long time, everyone was sprawled on the ground, looking like corpses. Their bodies were more or less stained with many white cakes, and as the birthday boy, Yun Nuoxing, was patted until his entire body was white. His 2 white eyes looked bright and full of spirit. The cake stuck to his body, and it was very uncomfortable. After lying down for a long time, everyone laughed again. After laughing for a long time, they helped each other up and cleaned up the messy hall. After the hall was restored to its original state, they slowly walked to the bathroom to clean the cake on their bodies. However, when they were bathing, Ming suddenly suggested that he wanted to bathe with Yun Nuoxing. This made his jaw drop. "Ming, be good. Go bathe with big sister, okay?" Yun Nuoxing patted Ming's head and pointed at Yu Yin and Xianyin with a smile. No, I want to bathe with Big Brother. In the end, Ming refused directly and jumped onto Yun Nuoxing's body. He pulled his long hair and refused to let go. Yun Nuoxing thought about it and felt that it didn't matter since she was just a little girl. Then, under everyone's strange gazes, he helplessly brought Ming into the bathroom. Everyone, beast! Yun Nuoxing, after taking a good bath, Yun Nuoxing carried Ming back to the room and used a towel to rub his soft long hair. This scene happened to be seen by Xianyin, who had just finished bathing. She ran over energetically and stuck her head in front of Yun Nuoxing. You're just like a child. Yun Nuoxing was helpless, but he still wiped his hair carefully. The night was silent. Everything returned to peace. A gentle breeze blew, and the surroundings were peaceful. At the top of the palace, Yun Nuoxing leaned against the edge of the wall and looked up at the silent, starry sky. Although he had washed himself clean, there was still the fragrance of soap and cream coming from his body. The scene from earlier surfaced again, and it made him feel a little happy. Ever since he was conscious, he had never played so happily. Big Brother. Just as Yun Nuoxing was recalling the happy scene from earlier, a soft voice quietly sounded behind him. It was so gentle that it seemed to reach into his heart. It warmed his heart slightly, and he turned his head with a smile. Xianyin was wearing a plain white dress. Under the ice-blue moonlight, she was covered with a thin layer of silver gauze. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, and it was hazy like a dream. This scene was peaceful and beautiful. Yun Nuoxing admired her for a while. Suddenly, he turned his gaze back with a red face. The plain white dress made her look very ethereal, like a fairy who was not tainted by a trace of smoke. She could be seen from afar but not touched. The low-cut dress had a deep cleavage, and Yun Nuoxing almost fell for it. Why did you suddenly come up? Aren't you going to sleep? Yun Nuoxing turned his head and reached out to touch her head with a smile. Xianyin bit her red lips. She hugged Yun Nuoxing quietly and didn't say anything. She seemed a little dispirited and unhappy. Yun Nuoxing seemed to have sensed Xianyin's unhappiness. Although he was a little puzzled, he still didn't say anything. He reached out a hand to hold her weak shoulder and let her be alone. Big Brother, I have to go. After a long period of silence, Xianyin sucked in a breath and turned to look at Yun Nuoxing. Only then did she speak softly. Her voice contained some gloominess and unwillingness. Huh. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He hurriedly turned around and lowered his head to look at Xianyin. His eyes were filled with shock as he hurriedly asked, What happened? Why so suddenly? Xianyin smiled bitterly and shook her head. She stroked his back with her jade hand and leaned her head into his broad and warm embrace. She murmured, I was supposed to leave the day before yesterday. I just wanted to spend this birthday with Big Brother so that I can feel better in the future. Xianyin. Yun Nuoxing sighed and reached out to hug her. He didn't know what to say. How many people were willing to experience something like parting? The girl in his arms was very soft and warm. Yun Nuoxing didn't have a trace of lust in his heart. He just hugged this girl very quietly and let her snuggle in his arms, giving her the hug she wanted. Big Brother, do you still remember what I said at that time? Xianyin suddenly said, Huh? What did you say? Yun Nuoxing scratched his head. She had said so many things to him. Although he remembered everything, he didn't know which sentence it was. That is, if one day Yinin did something overboard to you, would you forgive Yinin? Xianyin raised her head and revealed a soul-stirring smile on her beautiful face. However, one could see her helplessness from her slightly furrowed brows. Her heart wasn't as calm and beautiful as it seemed on the surface. You won't. Yun Nuoxing smiled and shook his head. His palm gently caressed her face. Hearing this, Xianyin bit her red lips with her white teeth. Her willowy brows were knitted together as if she was hesitating and struggling with something in her heart. Big Brother, I still have a birthday present to give. Xianyin took a deep breath and made up her mind. She looked at Yun Nuashing and smiled. Do you need it? Yun Nuashing raised his brows and smiled. Xianyin nodded and said in an unquestionable tone, Of course I need it. Big brother, quickly close your eyes now. After saying that, she gently moved away from Yun Nuashing's embrace. Her beautiful face was calm and nothing could be seen. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and nodded. He slowly closed his eyes and said with a smile, You're still so mysterious. If not, it might be difficult for me to give out my present, Xianyin muttered to herself. She glanced at Yun Nuashing, who had his eyes tightly closed. She took light steps forward, one step after another, until the distance between the two of them was less than an inch. Big brother, I'm sorry. Xianyin took a deep breath and slowly opened her arms. She muttered and tiptoed. Her jade-like arms suddenly wrapped around Yun Nuashing's neck. Her tender red lips gently imprinted on Yun Nuashing's lips. Chapter 97. Yun Nuashing's head suddenly exploded when his lips touched something warm and soft. He opened his eyes in astonishment and looked at the beautiful face that was slightly blushing. His heart suddenly trembled and his entire body froze. He didn't know what to do. Yun Nuashing blankly reached out his arms and hugged Xianyin's slender waist. His lips moved slightly as he responded to her. Under the icy blue moonlight, the two silhouettes seemed to be melting together. Their deep feelings for each other made even the bright moon quietly hide behind the dark clouds. When the moonlight gradually dimmed, the two people who were tightly pressed together slowly let go. Yun Nuashing looked at Xianyin, whose face was flushed red and looked especially alluring. He licked his lips and shook his head with a smile. Hearing Yun Nuashing's low chuckle, Xianyin suddenly reacted. She pushed Yun Nuashing with her jade-like hand, and her delicate body hurriedly turned back, wanting to escape in a hurry. However, Yun Nuashing grabbed her back and pulled her into his embrace. Yun Nuashing pulled Xianyin into his embrace and lowered his head to look at her bashful appearance. He couldn't help but tease her. Little girl, you want to run away after molesting me? You're dreaming, aren't you? You're still pretending to be innocent after taking advantage of me. Hearing Yun Nuashing's teasing voice, Xianyin's body trembled and she rolled her eyes at him. However, she forgot that her face was flushed red and looked quite charming. It made one's heart beat faster. Yun Nuashing smiled and pretended to ponder for a while before saying, Is this what you meant by sorry? Oh, I'm really sorry. I'm sorry, to the point where I don't know what to do. Xianyin blushed and struggled, trying to escape from Yun Nuashing's embrace. However, the ability to pierce through the void with her palm yesterday seemed to have disappeared. No matter how hard she tried, she was firmly restrained by Yun Nuashing. Lass, you tell me what to do. Yun Nuashing scratched her head and hugged Xianyin even tighter. Their bodies were pressed tightly together, and the two mounds in front of her chest were compressed into a flat ball. Brother. The body temperature that came from Yun Nuashing's body made her feel hot all over. Xianyin felt her whole body go numb and weak. Other than leaning on his body softly, she seemed to be unable to do anything else. The dignified deity, the headmaster of the Red Star Academy at this moment, had turned into a soft and weak girl. She did not even have the strength to struggle. It's no use pretending to be pitiful and aggrieved. Yun Nuashing chuckled evilly as she reached out and scratched Xianyin's nose. That was my first kiss, and you're still not satisfied. Xianyin lowered her head shyly, and a blush spread from her neck to the tip of her ears. Her watery eyes were filled with panic. Although she had once prepared herself, in reality she was very nervous. It was also my first kiss, so we'll cancel it out. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and continued to laugh. Then, brother, what do you want? Xianyin lowered her head even more, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. I don't know. Yun Nuashing shook his head. If you don't know, then let go of me, My intuition tells me that I can't let you go just like that. Brother. Xian Yin muttered, feeling wronged. In the end, Yun Nuashing did not do anything. Of course, it was impossible for him to do anything. He only used his hand to rub her head, and his heart was filled with inexplicable joy. Suddenly being kissed forcefully, he felt that this feeling was very fresh. Xian Yin's red lips were soft, and there was a faint fragrance that made people want to indulge in it. Brother, I'm leaving. Being stared at by Yun Nuashing, Xian Yin's face became even more shy. This time, she successfully escaped from Yun Nuashing's embrace. Mei Mao fixed her messy long hair with her jade hands and stared at Yun Nuashing and said in a reluctant voice, "Do you have to leave immediately?" Although there was no true love involved, there was still a trace of kinship. To be honest, the two of them were like siblings, Therefore, when he heard Xian Yin suddenly say that she was leaving, Yun Nuashing was quite reluctant. Yes. After all, it's already been delayed for 2 days. If there's a chance in the future, I'll come out and look for brother. Xian Yin nodded and rubbed her hands gently. She lowered her head uneasily, like a child who had done something wrong, and said, Also, I don't know how to face brother now. In her mind, she had always thought that what she did was going against Yun Nuashing's wishes, and she had violated it. At this moment, she felt that she did not have the face to face him. As soon as she finished speaking, without waiting for Xian Yin to immediately move and escape, a shimmering golden chain suddenly wrapped around her slender waist. In the instant that she was stunned, Yun Nuashing fiercely pulled back and pulled the warm and soft jade back into his embrace. Just face it however you want to. Everyone has the right to pursue their own happiness. I don't blame Yin. I was just shocked because I didn't come back to my senses. I didn't expect that's what you meant when you said sorry. Yun Nuashing hugged Xian Yin tightly and said softly. His hand gently caressed her soft, snow-white hair. There was a hint of helplessness in his voice, but he wouldn't really blame her for anything. As punishment, sleep with me for a while. If you want, you can leave when I'm asleep. It won't be so sad. Yun Nuashing patted her head and smiled. Okay. Xian Yin nodded shyly and allowed Yun Nuashing to princess carry her and slowly walk towards the door at the top of the palace. The next morning, the sun shone on the ground, passing through layers of mountains and shining into the snow-white palace. It landed on the eyelids of the young man on the bed. The blinding light woke the boy up, but he didn't open his eyes. His hands groped around his body, but he only touched an ice-cold mattress. His hands didn't grab anything. It seemed like he was the only one on the huge bed. Has she left? Withdrawing his arm, Yun Nuashing felt a little disappointed. He laughed at himself. He didn't expect that when it was time to part, he wouldn't be as strong as he claimed to be. He couldn't help but think about the people who had left. He couldn't help but feel lonely in his heart. He wanted to cry alone. Nope. Just as Yun Nuashing was mocking himself and was about to cry, a gentle and amiable voice came from his arms. It made him suddenly tremble. He didn't expect that Xian Yin really hadn't left. Brother is right. It might not be so sad to say goodbye alone, but it's only for a moment. After that, I'll definitely feel empty in my heart, because I've already experienced the feeling of suddenly losing my brother once. My heart hurts so much that it feels like my body is about to be torn apart. So this time, even if it's a long goodbye, I want to leave without regrets. It can't be rushed. The girl in his arms slowly woke up. She gently retracted her hand from her back and caressed Yun Nuashing's face. Xian Yin said with a gentle smile, Yin. Heaving a sigh of relief, Yun Nuashing reached out and hugged Xian Yin. This complicated feeling made him very distressed, but he couldn't do anything about it. It was just like how he was an extremely complicated person. Finally, let's spend some more time together. Xian Yin smiled sweetly. All right. Yun Nuashing nodded. Just like yesterday, The two of them hastily washed up and began to tour the scenery outside. However, perhaps because they knew that they were going to part soon, the two of them weren't in the mood. They just walked silently and occasionally praised some magical things. Then they fell silent again and didn't say anything. Although they didn't say anything, they knew what each other was thinking. They just let themselves hold each other's hands and walked slowly. After walking for a long time, it was already close to noon. As the saying goes, happy times are always short. However, at this moment, Yun Nuashing really hated this saying. He couldn't wait to stop time so that it wouldn't move forward. Thank you, Xianyin. The two of them returned to the palace and separated for a while. At this moment, Yuyin came to Xianyin's side and softly thanked her. Xianyin turned around and looked at Yuyin in confusion. She smiled and said, Sister, why are you suddenly saying this? Flame, demon burning the heavens mantra. I know that you are the one who arranged for it to be given to me. However, it is impossible for me to obtain this mysterious technique with just my ability alone. Yuyin played with her fine black hair as her bright eyes stared at Xianyin as she spoke. I'm doing this because I have some selfish motives. Xianyin looked in the direction Yun Nuashing left. Mei Mao looked at Yuyin with longing and said, I'll be leaving soon. Brother will be disappointed. I won't be able to accompany him in the future. I want to find someone who can accompany and protect him. You're leaving? Yuyin was stunned and then sighed. After living here for so long, she more or less knew a little about things. She just happened to know about this. However, she didn't know when Xianyin would leave. When she heard that she was leaving, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Xianyin smiled slightly. Her jade-like hands brushed her snow-white hair. Her beautiful eyes suddenly stared seriously at Yuyin. She said, After I leave, brother will be in your care. I hope you can always stay by his side and not leave him. Don't worry. Yuyin nodded seriously. She placed her slender hand on her chest and said confidently, Just leave everything about little Xingxing to me. Don't worry. The next time we meet, I'll definitely return a brother. That's hundreds of times more perfect to you. Xianyin nodded. Although she didn't know when they would meet again, in the worst-case scenario, they might never see each other again. Sister, there's still Ming. Ming will always be by brother's side. Ming suddenly jumped out from behind Yuyin. His little hand tugged at the hem of Yuyin's skirt. He raised his crystal-clear little face and looked at Xianyin with a smile. Good girl, Ming. Xianyin squatted down and touched her face with her jade-like hands. Outside the palace, no matter how hot the sun was, it couldn't dispel the melancholy atmosphere. Yuyin, Chuanyin, and the others stood at the back and looked at the two people who were talking nonstop. As they were about to leave, there were many things that they wanted to say. However, after talking for a long time, they realized that a lot of it was nonsense. They couldn't say what they really wanted to say and could only talk about their reluctance. It's time to leave. Xianyin raised her head and looked at the tall, snow-white palace. She had been waiting for him here for a long time. Now that he was here, she thought of the times that she missed him. The south wind blew in the middle of the night, waking up from a dream with a wet pillow. Thousands of years seemed like an illusion. The mortal world was vast. When would they meet again? After waiting for a lifetime, they finally bid farewell. I'll look for you. Yun Nuashing nodded. She held her hand and said solemnly, Haha. Xianyin forced a smile and looked behind her. Mei Mao looked at them one last time and said bitterly, If it wasn't for that dam, I wouldn't have left brother. Little girl, you're always relying on your brother. When do you plan to grow up? Yun Nuashing patted her head and smiled helplessly. Now. Xianyin smiled brightly. She hooked her hand around Yun Nuashing's neck and kissed Yun Nuashing's lips fiercely. Behind them, Yuyin, Chuanyin, and the others hurriedly turned around. Ming covered his widened eyes with his hands and peeked through the gaps. After being ambushed again, Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He felt a little helpless. However, at this moment, he had to sacrifice himself to fulfill Xian Yin's wish. There was nothing to say. Boys might not really care about these things, but girls did. He knew that. So he couldn't bear to interrupt them at the end. Goodbye. Let's meet again. Let's meet again. Her hand caressed Yun Nuashing's face one last time. She kissed him one last time and gently pushed him away. Mei Mao looked at him reluctantly. Her delicate body floated backward. A blue light appeared and enveloped Xian Yin. Suddenly, it released a dazzling light that shot into the sky. When the light dissipated, the graceful and moving figure was no longer there. Only Yun Nuashing was left. He looked ahead in disappointment, and his eyes were a little lonely. Chapter 98. Sigh. She left in the end. Everyone looked at Yun Nuashing's dejected back. Before they could go up to comfort him, he sighed heavily, as if he was trying to pull himself together. He scratched his head and grinned, pretending to be bright and sunny. Little star. Yu Yin slowly walked up and patted his shoulder with her jade-like hand, wanting to comfort him. She knew that in the heart of this little brat, who always had a smiling face, he was actually very afraid of parting. However, he didn't have the ability to make everyone stay, so he could only send them off with a dejected expression. Who had the ability to make someone stay by his side? Who could say that he couldn't live without someone by his side? In the end, he just couldn't let go. Forget it. We'll meet again in the future. Yun Nuashing put his hands on his hips and sighed. He looked at Yu Yin and smiled, indicating that she didn't need to worry about him. How do you know? Yu Yin couldn't help but ask, rolling her eyes at his nonchalant expression. Yun Nuashing smiled and turned to walk towards the snow-white palace. His refreshing laughter echoed in the air. It's a kind of intuition. As for what would happen in the future, he would leave it for the future. Right now, he still had a lot of things to do. Darkness invaded the sky, and the endless night enveloped the god realm. In the distant sky, a scarlet moon the size of a wash basin slowly climbed up from the horizon, illuminating the earth with its crimson moonlight. Perhaps everyone thought that Yun Nuashing was forcing a smile, but no one went to look for him for an entire day, as if they wanted him to be alone. At this time, Yun Nuashing was standing at the top of the palace in the same position as last night, leaning against the wall. He turned around to look behind him, but there was no snow-white figure as he imagined. He reached out and touched his lips. The scene from last night kept replaying in his mind. Yun Nuashing smiled helplessly. He didn't think that he would confusedly throw away his first kiss. After laughing for a while, Yun Nuashing straightened his expression and took out the map that was several 100 feet wide. He found the location of the Taiyuan region and looked at it carefully. He discovered that there were many flame, lightning, and demon beast markings on it. It seemed like something was there. When he found his current location, Red Star City, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. There seemed to be a purple flame mark next to it. It wasn't very far. According to the scale of the map, it was only 10,000 miles away. Is this some kind of divine flame? It's just a little to the north of Red Star City. However, if it's really there, it's impossible for Xian Yin to not discover it. At their level, the entire Taiyuan region should be within their detection range. Then why? Yun Nuashing tilted her head, somewhat unable to understand. That's right. This map has been here for many years. Things have changed with the passage of time. The markings that were left behind back then seem to be of little help now. Perhaps it has already been taken away. Nodding slightly, Yun Nuashing was about to put away the map, but she hesitated. Looking at the purple mark not far from Red Star City, her heart was a little restless. What if it was really not taken away? After thinking for a long time, he suddenly chuckled and said to himself, it's on the way anyway. It's not a big deal to make a trip there. Why are you laughing so disgustingly in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? While he was laughing, A soft voice full of contempt suddenly sounded in his ear. Then, a red dress was draped over his back, and a pair of soft jade hands pressed on his shoulders. Elder sister is the one who's not sleeping in the middle of the night. Staying up late will cause wrinkles. Hearing this voice, Yun Nuashing smiled. He guessed that Yuen was worried about him and had been waiting for her to come over. "TSK, I'm so young that I won't have wrinkles." Yuen rolled her eyes at him and stood side by side. She turned her head to look at the handsome face with a smile and said, "You're smiling so happily. Did you find something?" Yun Nuashing nodded and pointed to the purple flame mark next to Red Star City on the map to her and smiled. "You don't want to go there, do you?" Seeing his smile, the corners of Yu Yin's eyes twitched. As smart as she was, she naturally recognized what it was at a glance, but was there really such a thing? This map seemed to have existed for many years, right? "Don't worry, I'm just going to take a look. If there isn't anything, then forget it. Anyway, it's on the way to Xingming City. It's not a big deal to take a detour." Yun Nuashing spread his hands. If there wasn't anything, he could just go directly to Xingming City. There wouldn't be too much loss. "Okay." Yuen sighed and agreed, asking, "When are we going?" "Now." Yun Nuashing licked his lips and looked to the northeast with a little expectation in his eyes. "Traveling at night." Yuen was startled for a moment and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She didn't expect him to be so anxious, but she didn't say anything. She lightly nodded and went downstairs. She had to take Ming with her, so that when the little girl woke up the next day and saw that they were gone, she wouldn't cry until the sky turned dark. Leaning against the wall, Yun Nuashing hugged the fiery red clothes and felt a little warm in his heart. At least there was someone by his side. This was enough. He couldn't make everyone stay, so he would try his best to make the people he had now stay with. "Are you planning to set off?" A voice quietly sounded from the side. "Damn! Ghost!" Yun Nuashing was startled and jumped a few meters away. He looked at Chuan Yun and Yen Xian, who appeared as if nothing had happened, and the corners of his eyes twitched. "Can't take a scare." Yen Xian laughed. "You're scaring people to death." Taking a deep breath, Yun Nuashing slowly walked back and stood beside the two of them. He looked at them and didn't say anything. Purple Night Flame ranked 90th on the Divine Flames list. Chuan Yin also looked at him and smiled. He seemed to know what he was planning to do. The Divine Flames list recorded a total of 150 types of flames that were born from heaven and earth. After countless years of accumulation, they all had destructive power. Mortals would be extinguished with just a touch. Could it still be there? Hearing this sentence that seemed to have a deeper meaning, Yun Nuashing was startled. Then he looked at the two of them excitedly and asked anxiously, "Enchantment?" Yen Xian opened her red lips and only said 2 words. Then Chuan Yun added, "There's trouble. Be careful." "Huh." Yun Nuashing's mouth was wide open. He looked at the two of them echoing each other and didn't feel strange at all. They patted his shoulder and looked at him. Then they smiled and left. Scratching his head, Yun Nuashing didn't understand what "there's trouble" meant. However, he didn't think too much about it. He took out the Divine Sun bow and expanded it to 1,000 feet in length. Then he jumped onto it and left behind a golden chain. After a while, the chain was pulled. Yun Nuashing opened his eyes and looked down at Yuen, who was waving at him. There was a little girl sleeping soundly in her arms. The golden chain wrapped around her and pulled the two of them up. With a laugh, the Divine Sun bow turned into a golden bolt of lightning and rushed into the sky. The next day, Yun Nuashing opened his eyes under the sunlight. He first looked at Ming, who had burrowed into his arms. Then he looked at Yuen, who was using him as a pillow. Then he looked down at the lush forest below. He felt an inexplicable sense of irritation. It seemed that if he looked at too many trees, the originally peaceful environment would also give him negative emotions. "How long have we been flying?" Tilting his head, Yun Nuashing couldn't figure out his current position because he slowly fell asleep as soon as he got on the divine sun bow. Although it was not a problem for cultivators to not rest for a period of time, the three of them deliberately adjusted themselves to the state of ordinary people. Therefore, it was now equivalent to staying up all night. He operated his primary power a little to expel his fatigue. He took a deep breath of the refreshing air of the forest and slowly took out the treasure map. He controlled the divine sun bow to fly into the sky. Then he opened the map and fixed his gaze on the upper left corner of the map. However, he didn't see any special terrain near the purple mark. Not only that, there didn't seem to be any other place. There were only some famous big cities and obvious landforms marked. There was nothing else. How am I supposed to find it? Yun Nuashing was speechless. He couldn't fly back to Red Star City and locate it again, right? Hey! The depressed Yun Nuashing glanced at other places on the map, but his gaze was attracted by a flashing red. He looked over and found that the red that was quite close to the purple night flame, but he was sure that this red didn't exist last night. However, it didn't seem to be drawn. After all, it was flashing slightly, as if something was shining on this place. He looked at the direction behind the treasure map, doubtfully, but he didn't see anything. He looked at it horizontally and vertically, but he didn't know what was special about it. Could it be? A guess suddenly flashed in his mind. Yun Nuashing smiled slightly and didn't put away the treasure map. He just let it float in front of him and flew forward quickly with the divine sun bow. If his guess was right, it should save a lot of trouble. After flying for a distance in a hurry, Yun Nuashing's eyes stared straight at the red dot. When he saw that it was getting closer and closer to the mark of the purple night dark flame, it was not an illusion. Finally, he smiled and rubbed his sore eyes, but he had an answer in his heart. That red dot seemed to be the location of their current location. Not bad. At least we don't have to worry about not being able to find our way in the future. He nodded and made sure that there was no mistake in the direction. He sped up a little, put away the treasure map, and closed his eyes to rest. He didn't rest for long. It seemed like only 1 or 2 hours had passed. Yun Nuashing felt that someone was gently patting him. He had no choice but to reluctantly open his eyes again. Little star, wake up. There is a town below. Put away the divine sun bow. What entered his eyes was Yu Yin's delicate and beautiful white face. At this time, the sun god bow had already stopped, and the surroundings were filled with white clouds. From time to time, 1 or 2 faintly discernible shouts reverberated in his ears. Big brother, wake up. Seeing Yun Nuashing in a daze, Ming reached out and pinched his face. She gently pulled his face and called out to him with her little mouth. Blinking his eyes and feeling the delicate little hand pinching his face, Yun Nuashing suddenly had a naughty idea. He smiled and said, "Give me a kiss and I will wake up." "Go to hell." Yu Yin rolled her eyes at him. Her long, shapely eyebrows furrowed, and her jade-like hands formed into claws. She was about to place them on Yun Nuashing's head. "Big brother is being a hooligan." Ming lowered her head and mumbled. Her pink little face was filled with shyness. After hesitating for a moment, she lifted her soft little mouth and gently tapped Yun Nuashing's face. Yu Yin, who was watching from the side, was speechless. Hee. Yun Nuashing opened his eyes in satisfaction and pinched Ming's blushing cheeks. He stuck his tongue out at Yu Yin, who was harboring evil intentions. He wasn't in a hurry to put away the divine sun bow. Instead, he opened up the treasure map and looked for the red dot near the purple mark. We're already here. When he saw the red dot flickering slightly in the mark, he immediately knew that they had arrived at their destination. But why was there a town? He explained in detail to Yu Yin. She also looked at the flickering spot in surprise and said, "This is a map left behind from a long time ago. Maybe there wasn't any town built here back then. Maybe it was built in recent years." Yun Nuashing nodded in agreement. However, he frowned. If there was a town, then it was really a little troublesome. Maybe it had already been discovered and subdued. The divine flame can't be subdued so easily. Also, use the fire element to feel it. Yui knew what he was thinking. She patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Yun Nuashing looked at her suspiciously. He closed his eyes and the fire element surged in his body, causing his soul energy to surge out. It merged into the void and spread throughout the land. After a long time, Yun Nuashing suddenly looked at a certain spot in the sky. That area was mysteriously surging with abnormally dense fire element energy. Under this kind of blazing energy, even his soul felt a little scorching pain. Moreover, this blazing heat faintly contained a terrifying destructive energy. Could it be that it's still here? The purple night flame hasn't been taken away by anyone? Yun Nuashing didn't understand. Since even he could sense that area, there was no reason why others couldn't sense it. But why wasn't it taken away? He didn't believe that no one would be interested in the divine flame. It's a barrier. Suddenly recalling what Yin Xan said last night, Yun Nuashing also understood. It seemed that it had been sealed. He could see it, but couldn't take it away. Let's go down and take a look first and collect some information. After thinking for a while, Yun Nuashing said. He brought the two of them and retreated a little. Through the thick clouds, he saw the scene of the town below. Although it wasn't as big as Red Star City, it was still of a certain scale. Moreover, the flow of people wasn't any less than that. He sensed that many people in the city possessed fire element. That kind of unique, blazing aura was easy to recognize. It seemed that they were all here for the purple night flame. The divine flame could be absorbed into one's body for one's own use. Its power was incomparably huge. That kind of terrifying power was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. Moreover, if an alchemist used it to refine medicine or make jewelry, the quality would be improved a lot. Its attractiveness was equal to, or even greater than that of a top-grade weapon. It had an irresistible attraction to everyone. However, although the divine flame was very tempting, it was also dangerous. Even a demigod practitioner would be burned to a sorry state, let alone people of other ranks. Moreover, to subdue the divine flame, one had to absorb it into one's body and refine it. The body was the weakest part of the human body. Usually it could only be slowly cultivated. It couldn't be strengthened by much. Once some messy things were stirred up inside, other than God-level masters, it was very easy for them to end up in a miserable state. Although everyone knew this, they couldn't resist that kind of temptation. Whenever they heard of this kind of news, they would desperately rush over like moths to a flame. They would bloom with a moment of brilliance and burn themselves to ashes. Nothing would be left behind. It was because that kind of power was worth everyone's pursuit. Chapter 99. Yuyan City. Just from this name, one could tell that this city that did not appear on the map was definitely related to the purple night dark flame. It seemed like the predecessors knew that there was such a terrifying item here, and they seemed to have built this city with this in mind. Yuyan City had a very long history. It seemed to have existed since the remote antiquity era. There were once peerless experts who came here to search for the purple night flame, but they were not able to find it. Although they could sense the energy seeping out from the space, they were unable to find its exact location. That barrier was constantly operating, isolating the city from the outside world. Of course, even though there was a barrier, there were still many people who came to Yuyan City. They wanted to wait until the barrier was worn down by the power of time and the purple night flame would erupt to subdue it. However, even until today, there was still no progress. A city built under the purple night dark flame? Hearing this news, Yun Nuashing's group of three froze for a moment, feeling a bit strange. Although they hadn't personally experienced it, they knew a bit about how terrifying the power of the so-called divine flame was. Not only were these people not afraid of it, they were actually rushing over it like a flock of ducks. It's really troublesome. On the second floor of the restaurant, Yun Nuashing's face twitched. If something like the purple night dark flame erupted, this city would be instantly destroyed. It's a divine flame after all. Many people want to get a taste of it. That kind of power is enough to make people go crazy. Even if they know that they might lose their lives, no one would stop. If someone really managed to subdue the purple night dark flame, that person's strength would take a qualitative leap. If it was subdued by an alchemist, it would be equivalent to creating a legendary alchemist. It's very tempting, Yu-Yin said with a smile as she took a sip of tea. In a place like a restaurant, news circulated the fastest. They were used to leisurely collecting information in this kind of place, so they couldn't help saying something when they heard some news. According to the Yuyan Pavilion's previous prediction, that ceiling barrier has already been worn down. In half a year or two, the purple night dark flame will erupt. If it erupts, a world-shaking battle will be unavoidable. Don't look at how there aren't many major forces in Yuyan City. In fact, they are all secretly watching this place. If something happens, they will attack. Tisk TSK, Divine Flame, I wonder if I have a chance to get involved. Are you crazy? Who would dare to touch those predetermined things? Hee, I'm just saying. But if anyone can get it, that would be a great opportunity. It was noon, and the restaurant was filled with people. There were layers upon layers of noisy discussions. There was as much information as the hairs on an ox, and every sentence was related to the purple night dark flame. It seemed like everyone already knew about it. I didn't expect that the news had already spread here. However, I didn't hear this news when I was in Red Star City. Shaking her chopsticks, Yun Nuashing perked up her ears to listen to some important or relevant information. She had a rough idea of what was going on. Many people are paying attention to this. I guess that if not for the fact that too much time has passed and no one has given up waiting for hope, there might be even more people in Yen City. Yu-Yi nodded and said, there are various major forces paying attention to this, and there are people from the Yuyan Pavilion guarding this place. What should we do? Yun Nuashing looked out of the window. Somewhere in the sky, there was a floating platform. It was full of people standing on it, and all of them were breathing heavily. Anyone who approached the platform would be scanned inch by inch. Let's wait for the purple night dark flame to erupt on its own. It's impossible to snatch it by force. Yu-Yin also looked at the floating platform in the sky and said, if only the Netherworld Ruins sword was still here. Speaking of barriers, Yun Nuashing's first thought was the Netherworld Ruins sword that could break all barriers. Back in the ruins of Star Spirit City, it was the sword that had unintentionally broken the barrier, allowing Yun Nuashing to take advantage of it. Is there anything you need to prepare in half a year? Yu-Yin looked at Yun Nuashing and asked. Nothing. Shaking his head, Yun Nuashing smiled. Xian Yin had already prepared a lot of things for him back then, so there was no need for him to prepare anything himself. All he had to do now was to have a real battle. While Yun Nuashing and Xian Yin were talking, the voices downstairs had lowered, and there were fewer vulgar words in their words. There seemed to be some reverence in their words. Ninth King, Divine Prefecture, Divine Temple. Hearing some intermittent and somewhat familiar words, Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. These words were a little familiar. After taking a sip of tea, Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked at the entrance of the restaurant. He saw a dozen people walking in side by side. Their clothes were very eye-catching. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. One word, a variety of colors, and one word, a mixture of radishes, vegetables, and chicken. With just a casual glance, Yun Nuashing's face twitched, his eyelids trembled, and his heart tightened. Immediately after, he fiercely spat out a mouthful of water. His voice was as loud as a clear spring, spreading throughout the entire restaurant, causing everyone to break out in cold sweat. Who was so bold to cause trouble at this moment? Did they not know how to spell silence? The sudden outburst of sound also stunned the dozen people. They slowly turned to look at the source of the sound, and then they were stunned. Their faces were filled with astonishment and shock. TF*TK, you stinky fart man. Almost instantaneously, the man in white standing at the side released 1,000,000 decibels, and his horrified screams overturned the roof. However, before he could finish shouting, a cup and a slap directly hit his face, blocking the last 2 words he was about to say. His whole body flew out of the room. "Sister Yusin! Yusin!" It was also at this moment that the other dozen people called out in joy. They directly ignored the person who was sent flying and quickly walked to the second floor. The restaurant was silent. Everyone was scared silly. They looked at Yun Nuashing and the others in horror. They all took a deep breath. They clearly saw the action of him slapping the man in white, but the others didn't pay attention to it. It was as if they didn't care at all. Moreover, they had a friendly appearance, as if they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Could it be that they knew each other? "Long time no see." Yun Nuashing changed his face the moment he spat out the water, so the people of the Temple of Elements could recognize him. At this time, he looked at Mu Ling and the others who were walking up and smiled dryly. "Brother is gone, sister is back." Ming on the side saw Yun Nuashing change into Yusin in the blink of an eye, and couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. "Long time no see, sister Yusin." Even Yu Yin was trembling with laughter. Yun Nuashing fiercely glared at the 2 of them. He also greeted everyone to sit down and said with a smile, "Why did everyone come?" "Yes, we came for the purple night flame. We heard that the enchantment seal was about to break, so we rushed over." Jin Jinwang spread his hands and pointed to the platform in the sky. He helplessly said, "Sister Yusin, long time no see. I hope you have been well." The wood spirit sat down beside Yun Nuashing, her jade-like hands holding his arm and gently swaying it. Her smiling face was very moving. "Hello, you two." His arm was held in her arms, so it was inevitable that he would rub against some warmth and softness. Although Yun Nuashing had transformed into Yusin, he was still a man after all. His heart couldn't help but tremble. "Hello, brothers and sisters." On the side, Ming stood up and greeted them with a silly smile. The smile on everyone's face became bigger. Yu Yin also greeted them symbolically. "Have you been well these past few years?" The beautiful woman from the Divine Wood Palace looked at Yun Nuashing lovingly. She carefully sized him up, as if she was looking at her own junior. "I've been fine. I leisurely wandered here. It's not far from Xingming City. When I heard that there was news of the divine flame, I came here on the way." Yun Nuashing smiled. It had been more than 2 years since they parted in Xingming City. After knowing that they had no ill intentions, he didn't continue to be hostile. "Of course, except for a certain person. Could it be that you are also here for the purple night flame?" What? She glanced at Yun Nuashing and smiled. He knew that the latter had fire element in his body, so he naturally guessed in this direction. Yun Nuashing nodded. Before he could say anything, he glanced to the side and narrowed his eyes slightly. Everyone raised their eyebrows. Then they tacitly ignored him and continued to chat with Yun Nuashing. That Sister Yun Nuashing. Yao Hua, who was in a sorry state, rushed up to the second floor from the door. He looked at Yun Nuashing and scratched his head embarrassedly. "Who's your sister?" Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes into slits and stared at him fiercely. A wave of energy quietly condensed in his palm, and the energy wave reverberated in the restaurant, giving everyone a fright. Although it looked like they knew each other, what was going on with this posture of facing an enemy? What did I do wrong? Seeing that Yun Nuashing was about to start a fight without saying a word, Yao Hua was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. He couldn't help but blurt out his old lines. "Go to hell." Seeing his ignorant look, Yun Nuashing was furious. Willow eyebrows were filled with killing intent, and the 5-colored energy turned into a huge palm that directly blasted towards Yao Hua. The speed was so fast that he couldn't react at all, and directly slapped it. Although they were both light element controllers, Yao Hua's light element wasn't as pure as Yun Nuoxing's, and its speed couldn't compare. Almost in an instant, before he could react, the scenery in front of him flew past rapidly. Then he felt a pain on the top of his head. His vision suddenly brightened, and only a miserable scream was left in place, echoing for a long time. Looking at Yao Hua, who disappeared from the top of the restaurant, the people of Lookout only observed a moment of silence. Then they shook their heads and ignored him. Shui Xia, on the other hand, widened her eyes. Her soft and gentle face was filled with fear. Her lips were slightly parted. The man in blue beside her also widened his eyes. He stared at the energy that flew out. They felt an unusually familiar energy fluctuation. Water element. After a moment, the two of them clenched their teeth, and the two words uncontrollably came out from between their teeth. They looked at Yun Nuoxing in disbelief. They remembered that the latter's four elements didn't seem to be the water element, right? Sho! Yun Nuoxing put a white finger on her lips and gently shushed them. She smiled and revealed an expression that said, "You know what I mean. You can contain the water element." When Jin Jinwang heard this and saw Yun Nuoxing's appearance, his handsome face suddenly distorted. His voice also became sharp due to shock, but he still suppressed his voice and didn't let it out. The others also noticed this at this moment. They all looked at Yun Nuoxing with a faint smile on her face, and their mouths were wide open. They didn't know what to say. "It's a secret." Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and smiled slightly, indicating that they shouldn't be agitated. "This is 5 elements." Everyone's face twitched wildly when they saw her admitting it. This guy. Chapter 100. After reminiscing for a while, everyone went straight to the main topic, Purple Night Dark Flame. The news of the upcoming seal breaking was released by the Hidden Flame Pavilion, so it was highly credible. Therefore, it attracted a lot of people to come here. There was still half a year left, but the number of forces gathered here was not small. Some of the older forces also put down their so-called face and came in a hurry. In addition to our 9 great elemental temples, there are 8 other forces and 12 star palaces. As for the older forces, they probably won't participate. Although Purple Night Dark Flame is a kind of divine flame, it's only ranked 90. It has a fatal attraction to many people, but for some people it can only be regarded as just right in their eyes. They probably won't actually make a move. Jin Jinwang sorted out his thoughts and said some important information. "Is the Fire God Temple also interested in Purple Night Dark Flame?" Yun Nuoxing looked at Huiji and asked. "Yes, our Fire God Temple doesn't have dozens of divine flames like what outsider said. Purple Night Dark Flame is also a great attraction to our temple that specializes in fire element." Huiji nodded and said, "In fact, the Fire God Temple doesn't have a single divine flame. Dozens of them are just rumors." Yun Nuoxing scratched his head. He believed what he had heard during the journey. The Fire God Shrine had dozens of divine flames. When did he plan to go over to play with them and see if he could take 1 or 2 away? The Fire God Temple used to have several kinds of divine flames, but they were all lost with the passing of the ancestor. The red-haired man explained. The 9 great elemental temples were very famous forces in ancient times. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were unparalleled in the divine world. At that time, the 9 great elemental temples were all insufferably arrogant. They stood in the clouds and looked down on all living things. However, one day, the 9 great elemental temples were chased and killed in the Ganyuan region. The main forces of the 9 great elemental temples fell, and their strength decreased a lot. But it didn't decline for long. Almost in the same year that the first temple master disappeared, a new temple master stood up and carried the entire temple. The 9 great elemental temples were still the 9 great elemental temples that people looked up to. Their reputation had increased a lot because of this. "Do you have any plans?" Wood Spirit looked at Yun Nuashing, who had been rubbing the teacup, and asked. No. Yun Nuashing shook his head. He had just arrived here and didn't know anything. He only knew that there would be many people coming to snatch the treasures. Naturally, he didn't think of any countermeasures. Then do you have any ideas? Yun Nuashing put down her teacup and said with a smile. You can say that. Jin Wang nodded, his fingers scratching his forehead for a while, as if he was organizing his thoughts. After a long while he said, It's impossible to forcefully seize it. On the day the purple night dark flames erupt, there will be powerhouses from all over the world rushing over. Among them, there will definitely be people who are on par with us, or even slightly stronger. If we were to forcefully seize it under their noses and then take it away, it would be troublesome even for light elementals. As for defeating all of them, it's not feasible either. The experts of the 8 ancient clans will also come out. At that time, we will most likely be restrained by them. In that case, the only way left is to use a barrier. Use the barrier to create a plane, bring the purple night dark flames in, and subdue it. However, we have to pray that we don't encounter anyone who can break the barrier. But old water isn't here. As for the barrier, Jin Wang paused and looked at Shui Xia and the elder. The two of them also shook their heads with a troubled expression. Their water god temple specialized in magic circles and barriers, but seemed that they still couldn't weave a magic circle that could stop gods. Barrier? Yun Nuashing nodded. He also thought that this was the only way. With his current speed of controlling light elementals, it would be easy for others to catch up with him. Even if he went all out, he would only be able to reach the speed of light. Those god and underworld level powerhouses could also reach this speed with their own strength. Moreover, if his speed reached the speed of light in an instant, it would exhaust him. It wouldn't be good if others took advantage of this opportunity to catch up with him. As for barriers, Yun Nuashing had 4 divine artifacts on him, including the high-grade divine artifact that he had obtained from Tianbingzi. He had 5 of them. Yu Yin had another one on her, and there were more than 10 of them lying in the pendant. With his current strength, he should be able to defend against a heavenly god-level god with the help of these divine artifacts to form barriers. The initial god level was also divided into 10 levels: Son of God, King of God, Emperor of God, Supreme God, God of Heaven, King of Hell, Emperor of Hell, and Emperor of God. The difference between each level was like heaven and earth. If it weren't for Yun Nuashing's uniqueness, he wouldn't have been able to reach this level. It's a pity that I don't know where Su Ming ran off to. Thinking of this, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but touch the purplish-black pattern on his right forearm. He didn't know where the Su Ming sword had run off to. There had been no news of it for so long. If it weren't for the fact that he had a direct connection with it, Yun Nuashing might have thought that the Su Ming sword had run off on its own. The sword pattern is still faintly glowing, so there's definitely no problem with the Su Ming. However, I don't know where it is. With the Su Ming sword, I can break the barrier now and take the purple night dark flame. Yun Nuashing sighed and scratched his head in distress. There's no rush. There's still half a year to 2 years before the purple night dark flame erupts. We can prepare well. Before that, why don't you follow us? Jin Wang saw him sigh and thought that he was troubled and didn't know what to do, so he smiled and said. Yun Nuashing was stunned. If he could get their help on this trip, it would save him a lot of trouble. When the time came, he would only need to focus on taking the purple night dark flame. The problem was, yes, if it erupts, I'll look for you. Right now, I have to prepare for some things. Yun Nuashing nodded. However, he muttered in his heart, Are you kidding me? I don't want to be a girl forever. Jin Wang nodded and said, All right, just look for us if you need anything. Be careful. Yuyan City has been chaotic recently. If there's anything you can't deal with, just look for us at the manor in the east of the city. We'll be staying there for a while and monitoring the purple night dark flame. All right. I'll definitely look for you guys if I need anything. Yun Nuashing covered his mouth and laughed. The two sides discussed for a bit and were on the same side. After all, when something happened, One more person meant one more force. It was also beneficial for the two of them to form an alliance. After sitting for a while, Yun Nuashing left with Yu Yin and the other two. The sky was about to turn dark, but they still had to find a place to stay, so that they wouldn't have to be homeless at night. Little Star, although you guys seem to have a good relationship, but... In a luxurious hotel, Yu Yin sat on a soft sofa and lazily stretched her body. She looked at Yun Nuashing, whose appearance had changed back, and joked. You still don't plan to reveal your true appearance? How long are you going to keep this misunderstanding going? It's not that I don't want to. Hearing Yu Yin's words, Yun Nuashing bitterly smiled and said, If people find out that I'm cross-dressing, how am I going to face them? Damn it, if people find out, they'll think of me as a pervert. But it's not a good thing to keep this misunderstanding going. The way Yao Hua looks at you doesn't seem right. What if he gives you his heart? What are you going to do? Mei Mao spun around while Yu Yin continued to laugh. Then I'll beat him until he loses his memory. Hearing Yu Yin mention Yao Hua, Yun Nuashing was so angry that she almost ground her teeth to pieces. Big brother, you're so violent. In Yun Nuashing's arms, Ming tugged at his clothes and muttered softly, Ming, that's not violence. That's called discipline. Big brother is doing that for that person's good, so I have to discipline him. It's completely different from violence, understand? Yun Nuashing's eyelids twitched. In order to create a perfect big brother image for herself, she patted Ming's little head with her palm and quickly explained with a smile. Oh. Blinking his watery eyes, Ming nodded his head as if he had understood something. You're tricking little Ming again. Yu Yin patted Yun Nuashing's head and smiled as she transmitted her voice. This is called discipline. Yun Nuashing said, seriously. Her serious expression was met with a slap from Yu Yin. It was late at night, and a cloud was lazily sleeping in the sky, blocking the starlight from the distant stars. A small crack appeared in the cloud layer, and the crimson moonlight passed through, shining on a gloomy, handsome face below. I can't see the stars tonight. Yun Nuashing rubbed her sore neck and lowered her head. She leaned against the wall with her hands and sighed helplessly. Suddenly, she thought of something and nodded slightly. Fire elements quietly emerged from her body, and her vision changed. Countless fiery red lines stretched across the sky, densely extending into the distance and covering the entire sky. It was as if the main element in the sky had been silently occupied by the crimson fire elements, and the other elements had been knocked out of the sky. There were no other elements in the crimson area. What a dense fire element energy! It has forcefully eroded the sky and assimilated or expelled the other elements. There are no other elements in the sky within a radius of 10,000 meters. The soul-probing wave spread out, sweeping back and forth within a radius of 100 miles. In the perception of Yun Nua planet, the arrangement and distribution of the elements were very abnormal. The sky was filled with dark red fire elements flowing. Only in the sky 1,000 meters below did other elements exist, and the content was also abnormally high. It was as if the fine energy in the sky had been squeezed down and condensed here. Her gaze wandered around, following the hundreds and thousands of fire elemental energy lines, and found the most concentrated area. The fire elements, there were even traces of gorgeous light purple. The ripples spread out and peeled away the densely packed lines, revealing an empty space. All the energy seemed to have leaked out from the void, but it also seemed to have formed naturally. She couldn't see the source. Is it there? Withdrawing the fire elements from her eyes, Yun Nuashing muttered in a low voice. After hesitating for a moment, the resplendent evil spirit eye slowly opened, perhaps because of the newly formed water elements. The entire white of the eye was covered in gold, green, and azure colors. The two diamond-shaped eyeballs were silver white and fiery red. When the 5 elements were of the same purity, perhaps the entire color would be the same. When the evil spirit eye opened, Yun Nuashing's brows instantly locked together. In the empty space that she had just seen, an enormous, complicated, and bizarre array appeared. It was so bizarre that Yun Nuashing could guarantee that it was the strangest array he had ever seen. Ordinary arrays were formed by array cores, secondary cores, array patterns, energy matrices, and special ones would have some runes carved on them. However, once an array was carved, it was fixed. Other than increasing the range, it couldn't be changed. However, the array he saw was constantly changing. The array cores, array patterns, and even the energy matrices and runes were constantly changing. This is definitely not a superimposed array. Yun Nuashing's brows were tightly locked together. Such an array was very difficult to analyze. Every time the energy matrices changed, it was equivalent to another array. The array that was analyzed a second ago was completely different from the array that was analyzed in the next second. This spirit design was alive. Chapter 101. There's no way to analyze it like this. This array cannot be destroyed or broken from the outside. It can only be destroyed from the inside. The evil spirit eye operated to its peak, and a dozen detection charms appeared in the surrounding space. Small arrays floated around the two eyes, but they were unable to see through the array that was constantly reforming. Little star, don't try too hard. Just as Yun Nuashing was about to go all out and operate his evil spirit eye, a pair of soft jade hands quietly extended from his back, covering his eyes that were emitting a bright light. The surrounding talismans and small arrays also quietly retreated. Big sister, come take a look. Yun Nuashing removed the pair of soft hands and used the evil spirit eye again. One of her hands covered her right eye, and the other covered Yu Yin's left eye. A strange energy flowed through her arms. Yu Yin was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, she received a warm and comfortable energy. She didn't need to control it as it entered her right eye on its own. That beautiful black eye that was flickering with playfulness suddenly turned into a dazzling 5 colors at this moment. Dozens of talismans and spell formations emerged around the two people's eyes and stacked on top of each other. A powerful, penetrating gaze suddenly shot towards the sky. It was Yu Yin's first time observing the world through the evil spirit eye. Red fire elements, blue water elements, green wood elements, etc. The world seemed to be divided by invisible threads, making her feel that it was very beautiful and very fresh. However, at this moment, Yu Yin did not pay attention to any of this. Her gaze was locked onto the fiery red sky. There, an incomparably large array was spinning. Although it was called an array, it was actually a circular array made up of countless energy lines. The core was inside and could not be seen through. Furthermore, the array was constantly changing. Although there was a lot of information that was transmitted to Yu Yin's mind through the evil spirit eye, and automatically processed it, regardless of whether it was her own senses or the evil spirit eye's automatic senses. The final result of the feedback was that it was unsolvable. How could there be such a formation? I've never even heard of it. Mei Mao's eyes widened. Yu Yin stared at the sea of formations in disbelief. Her mouth felt dry. Calm down, calm down. Yun Nuashing retracted his hand and closed the evil spirit eye. He rubbed Yu Yin's head to calm her down. He knew that the array he saw today was beyond their imagination. Anyone who saw this scene would be shocked, and their state of mind would be shaken. However, after calming down, they would be fine. Shock was shock, but they had to accept reality. This looks like it's impossible to seize the purple night dark flame without waiting for it to destroy the barrier itself. Yu Yin ran her fingers through her hair and smiled bitterly. Although she didn't expect to be the first to seize the purple night dark flame, she didn't expect that it would be impossible to enter first. Yun Nuashing shrugged. He came to Tiantai with the idea of taking a look and seeing if he could seize the purple night dark flame. With the soul-burning incantation's godly ability to swallow everything, it shouldn't be a problem for him to swallow the purple night dark flame. Now, the only problem was how to get it. Do we really have to wait until the city is in chaos before we can take action? Yun Nuashing sighed. When the city was in chaos, the chances of seizing the purple night dark flame would be lower. After all, there were so many pairs of eyes staring at them. If they did anything wrong, they would be beaten to death. Can we summon the netherworld sword back? Yuin turned her head and saw Yun Nuashing's contemplative face. She raised her head. They had all seen the Nethervoid sword's ability to break through space. If they could regain control of the Nethervoid sword, things would be much easier. They might even be able to charge in right now. We can't. Yun Nuashing shook his head. He looked at the pattern on his forearm and sighed. We tried to call it, but there was no response. The Netherworld sword is still fine, but it seems to be sleeping. No matter how hard we tried, there was no response. Can't we break it by force? With just the two of us at the 6th level of the mortal stage, even if we inject all the energy in our bodies into the Linghong sword and use all the support we can, we might not be able to break it. We might even be affected by the reflected energy. At that time, Yuan City would be torn apart. Speaking up to here, Yun Nuashing's expression became strange. He seemed to recall the time when the Linghong sword destroyed the city in Divine Weapon City. He wondered if he had caused public outrage. Moreover, the whole world is watching the Linghong sword. We can't reveal it unless it's absolutely necessary. With so many eyes watching, we'll be finished if our identities are exposed. This time, it won't be just a blurry shadow like last time. Once the Linghong sword is seen, it won't be just the Qi family. Maybe the 8 ancient families and 9 elemental temple will make a move as well. Then we can only wait for half a year later. Yuin pouted her small mouth. Her jade-like hand pinched Yun Nuashing's face and said with a smile, "Sleep early, little Xin." After saying that, she ignored Yun Nuashing's embarrassed face and walked straight back. Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he watched the red figure walk away. He lifted his feet and swayed as he followed. The red moon floated for a night. Finally, it was driven away by a ray of golden light at dawn. The night slowly receded and light returned to the god realm. The aura of midsummer made the world feel anxious. Early in the morning, he was greeted by a jade-like foot that was used to wake him up. It mercilessly landed on Yun Nuashing's waist and abdomen. An earth-shattering scream suddenly rang out in the inn. The people outside were so shocked that they stopped what they were doing. They all stopped to watch, not knowing what had happened. "Big sister, I can't bear your way of waking me up." Yun Nuashing was like a dead worm lying on the bed and trembling nonstop. His hands were constantly rubbing his aching waist. He was in so much pain that he sucked in a breath of cold air. The hot summer air blew over, and his face was covered in cold sweat. My foot twitched. I'm sorry. Yuin was also shocked by her own method. She didn't know if it was because the weather was too hot, but she was a little annoyed and didn't react in time. She rushed forward and kicked him. Sitting by the bedside, her jade-like hands gently caressed the spot where Yun Nuashing had been kicked. Today, Yuin was wearing a light red robe and a pair of red trousers wrapped around the pair of round and slender jade-like legs. Her curves were exquisite, and her entire person looked valiant and formidable, beautiful and moving. Slightly bending over, a snow-white chest was about to appear, so white that it was dazzling. However, Yun Nuashing did not have the fortune to see this scene. The impact just now had caused his old waist to sprain. Hurry and get up. Big sister wants to go shopping. After rubbing for a while, Yuin pulled Yun Nuashing up. Her jade-like hands quickly stripped him naked. His snow-white, crystal-like body bloomed in the air like a high-quality jade. It would make any woman envious. What the hell are you doing? Yun Nuashing reacted to the fact that his upper body was naked. His face instantly turned red, and he hurriedly pulled the blanket to cover his body. Then he moved back on the bed with all his might. Big brother is going to be taken away by big sister. Ming also woke up. When he saw this scene, His little face instantly turned red. He hurriedly covered his eyes with his little hands and turned his head to the side, not daring to look. He couldn't help but mutter, "Little star, don't run." Yuen laughed sinisterly. She pounced forward like a wolf and grabbed Yun Nuashing. Her jade-like hands tugged at his trousers with all her might. No! The inhuman shrill scream scared the people outside into shrinking their heads. After a short while, Yun Nuashing, who wore clothes that were white as snow, had a peerless bearing and an arrogant aura, appeared at the entrance of the inn. He wore a large white cloak, and in his arms was a cute little Ming-Ming who wore a pair of light purple clothes. Ming-Ming's crystal-like eyes emitted an excited glow, and his little hand tightly grabbed onto Yun Nuashing's clothes, and his face carried traces of a simple and honest smile. Let's go shopping." Beside him, Yuen stretched out her jade-like hands that reflected the sunlight. She naturally held onto Yun Nuashing, who was helpless and walked straight ahead. 2 hours later, Yun Nuashing was stuffing piles of things into the pendant. Looking at the excited Yuen, he couldn't help but twitch his face. Speaking of which, Yun Nuashing wasn't very enthusiastic about shopping. At most, he was there to accompany her. In his own words, "What's shopping? Can it be eaten? Where did this wild child come from? Get lost." Just as Yun Nuashing was packing up, a fiery shout suddenly came from the front of the street. He raised his eyebrows and looked up. On the slightly dirty street, everyone stopped in their tracks and looked in the direction of the voice. Then they shook their heads and sighed as they walked away. Yun Nuashing looked in the direction of the voice. Yun Nuashing saw a dirty little girl blinking her big, pitiful eyes. Her purple clothes were tattered, and her little face was full of scars. She was looking up at a big man with a ferocious aura. "Uncle, I'm hungry. Buy me something to eat. I beg you." The little girl's purple blonde hair was clumped up with mud. Her little hands tugged at the big man's trousers as she begged pitifully. Perhaps it was because they were in a crowded place, but the big man couldn't bring himself to do it. He smacked his lips fiercely and pulled open his trousers with all his might. He glared fiercely at the little girl and walked away quickly. Yun Nuashing couldn't bear to see this kind of scene. Every time he saw it, his heart would ache. Yun Nuashing sighed and carried Ming into Yu Yin's arms. Then, under the resentful and gratified gazes of the two girls, he jogged over and bought a few steaming buns. He ran to the little girl and stuffed them into her little hands under her timid gaze. Then, while no one was looking, he stuffed a bag of gold coins into her arms. He patted her head and strolled back to Yu Yin's side. "I thought you were going to carry the little girl back again. I didn't even know what to say." Yuen stuffed Ming into Yun Nuashing's arms and smiled strangely. "Oh, what do you mean?" Yun Nuashing looked at the little girl who was still staring blankly at him with clear eyes. He waved his hand and walked to the side with Yuen. "Little star, are you a lolicon? There's something wrong with your hobby." Yuen held her breath and laughed. Me? Hearing this, Yun Nuashing's mouth fell open. He stuttered for a long time but couldn't say anything. His face turned red and his teeth creaked as he ground them together. Unlike Yu Yin's reaction, Ming was a little disappointed. She tugged at Yun Nuashing's clothes and stared at him with her clear eyes. She mumbled, "I thought I could be an older sister. Big brother, can you carry her back?" "I at and percent dollar yen." Yun Nuashing was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. On the other side of the street, the little girl slowly ate her buns in small bites. Her excessively clear, purple gold eyes stared at Yun Nuashing and blinked gently. Chapter 102. Yuyan City was not very big. Compared to Divine Weapon City, Constellation City, and Crimson Star City, its scale was only a quarter of any of them. However, this small city had 4 times more people than the other cities. Most of the people here possessed the fire element. It seemed like they were all here for the purple night dark flame. Actually, this was not a wise move. The divine flame was a terrifying thing born from the heavens and earth. The flame could be dispersed, but not blocked. Even if the barrier could seal the purple night dark flame for a while, it could not seal it forever. Furthermore, Yun Nuashing had observed the barrier array last night. If it was destroyed from the inside, it would require an extremely terrifying energy. That kind of energy was enough to turn Yuyan City into ruins. Yun Nuashing naturally knew this. Therefore, they planned to retreat to a safe distance before the purple night dark flame erupted and watch the brilliant fireworks. It will definitely be very beautiful. Thinking of this, Yun Nuashing excitedly clapped her hands. Her innocent look made Yin want to reach out and pinch her a few times. The eruption of the purple night dark flame could be seen from millions of miles away. Its destructive power was shocking, although they did not know if Yuyan City had any special defensive measures. There is still the Yuyan Pavilion. Yuyan City should not be destroyed so easily. Yin patted Yun Nuashing's head and said, "The Yuyan Pavilion was established in this century. Their purpose was obvious from their name. They were here for the purple night dark flame. No one knew why or how they came to be. It seemed that such a city and such a force had appeared overnight. They claimed to be the first to discover the purple night dark flame and used the name Protector to guard the purple night dark flame. However, their actual purpose was questionable. Who would be so bored as to guard something that could only be seen but not taken? There must be something strange. If we can't blow it up, then don't. If we can't blow it up, then let the people of the Yuyan Pavilion consume the energy of the purple night dark flame. We can try to reap the benefits." Tilting her head, Yun Nuashing said, "Hopefully." This kind of thing had been condensed for thousands of years. The energy it contained was definitely not small. Trying to subdue it without consuming its energy was simply courting death. As for consuming its energy, it was impossible for her to be so stupid as to risk her life. I think that's what you want to say, right, little star? Yin turned her head and looked at Yun Nuashing. She smiled and said, "So be it. But what if we're not the only fishermen?" Yun Nuashing's footsteps froze. He slowly calculated in his mind. If he was up against a god king, it would be fine. With his current means and the many divine weapons in his hands, even though he was a god king, if he put up a fight, he could still run away. Things like the swirling zither only had 3 chances. Xian Yin said that it was enough to kill a rebirth realm god. Yun Nuashing was a little reluctant to use it to deal with people of this level. It was not worth it. However, if he did not use it, he would have no other way to deal with experts of this level. Even if he used the light element to escape, he would still be caught. With his full strength, he could only reach the speed of light. Gods who specialized in speed could reach it with their own strength. His only strength was equivalent to losing its effectiveness. It's a little troublesome to escape with the light element. Unless I can become a half immortal or immortal and maintain the speed of light, there's nothing I can do. Yun Nuashing muttered. When the 10,000 spirits killing array is cultivated to its peak, it can also restrain experts of that level. However, I've only cultivated it to a small success now. I haven't even finished carving the talismans, and can't use the array within the array. As for the Ling Hongjian, forget it! Furthermore, the Ling Hongjian is also incomplete. I've checked it, and its condition is the same as the Netherworld Ruined Sword. Its spiritual root is destroyed, its spirituality lost, its talismans scattered, and its karma collapsed. Its power is very weak. It can only deal with gods of the heavenly god realm. Jin Jinwang also said that some people won't come, but he didn't specify which level of people won't appear. If it involves experts of the rebirth realm. Yun Nuashing muttered to himself. At this point, he couldn't help but shudder. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. If you're so conflicted, why don't you just ask the people of the Temple of Elements? Since we have some friendship, it's fine to share this information, right? Yun nudged Yun Nuashing's chest with her elbow and laughed. All right, the manor in the east of the city. Let's go. Yun Nuashing nodded. Her voice hadn't faded away yet. Let's walk slowly over there, no hurry. Yun smiled like a flower as she looked at Yun Nuashing. May Mao slightly narrowed her eyes. All right, let's stroll over leisurely. Feeling the chill in Yin's words, Yun Nuashing shuddered. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on Ming's hand, causing the latter to chuckle softly. Big brother is being threatened. Yun Nuashing's finger flicked on her smooth forehead. She smiled but didn't say anything, causing Ming to constantly mutter. Therefore, they walked and stopped along the way. They ate from one end of the street to the other, and bought things until their hands got cramps. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but sigh. Going shopping with a girl requires great patience and great strength, otherwise, you'll be exhausted to death. After throwing the things in his hand into the pendant, Yun Nuashing stopped. His gaze inadvertently swept across the street behind him. He seemed to have caught sight of a small figure, causing him to be stunned for a moment. Little Star. Yun saw him stop, tugged at Yun Nuashing's clothes, and called out in confusion. Then, her gaze followed his direction. In the crowd, the small figure seemed to have noticed them looking at her. She hesitated for a moment, then ran over barefoot. She passed through the crowd, squeezed through the small gaps, and timidly stopped a few meters in front of the two of them. She lowered her head and didn't dare to raise it. Yun Nuashing and the other two looked at each other in dismay. Finally, they looked at the little girl with purple gold hair. They were a little confused. From the looks of it, could it be that he had chased after them for an entire street? Seeing that the little girl didn't dare to come over, Yun Nuashing shook her head. She took a few steps forward, stopped in front of her, squatted down gently, and tilted her head to look at her. She smiled and said, "What's the matter?" When the little girl heard this, she lowered her head even more. Her clear eyes looked uneasily at her dirty feet, which were constantly rubbing. After a while, a purple jade stone appeared in her little hand. It was sparkling and translucent, and purple light flowed around it. She stuffed it into Yun Nuashing's hands and whispered in a soft, almost inaudible voice, "Big brother, this is for you." Ah! Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. She took the jade stone and looked at it through the sunlight. She asked in surprise, "What is this?" "I don't know. Ever since I can remember, it has appeared on me from time to time. Last time I woke up a dog." "Woke up a dog?" Yun Nuashing was stunned. She turned the purple jade stone around and looked at it for a long time, but she couldn't figure out what it was. She only felt that it was a mysterious item. Yun Nuashing looked at it for a while, then reached out to return it to the little girl. "Big brother, take it. Otherwise, Zihan has nothing to give you." The little girl hurriedly took 2 steps back and waved her hands. After being stunned for a moment, Yun Nuashing looked strangely at the little girl named Zihan. He thought for a while and realized why. He sighed and said, "Everyone knows that gratitude is a virtue, but how many people really understand this principle?" Yun Nuashing didn't expect that this little girl would understand this principle at such a young age. It made him feel sad and bitter. The little girl was very stubborn. She stuffed the sparkling and translucent purple jade stone into Yun Nuashing's hands and refused to take it back. Her little hands were behind her back, and her little head was shaking like a rattle drum. Yun Nuashing sighed. Seeing her like this, he had no choice but to accept it. He gently patted her head, then stood up and turned to leave. "Big brother." Seeing that he was about to leave, Zihan panicked. Her little hand suddenly grabbed onto Yun Nuashing's sleeve. After a moment, she seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly pulled her hand back. She clutched at the dirty sleeve and lowered her head as if she had done something wrong. "What's wrong?" Yun Nuashing squatted down again and looked at the little girl with a smile. Can I follow you?" The little girl tightly clutched at the corner of her sleeve. Her weak voice carried some hope as she said nervously, Zihan knows how to do housework. She can learn anything. Yun Nuashing froze. He looked at Yin and Ming, who was in his arms. The former was covering her mouth and laughing, while the latter had a face full of excitement and kept muttering, I'm finally not the youngest anymore. Yun Nuashing laughed bitterly, seeing the little girl's pitiful expression. He couldn't bear to reject her. At this moment, he was so anxious that he didn't know what to do. Looking at the little girl's originally luxurious clothes with purple and gold embroidery, he thought that she should be the child of some large family. Although it was in tatters now, if he casually took her away, would he be accused of kidnapping a child? But if he didn't take her with him, he felt that his conscience wouldn't let him go. For a moment, Yun Nuashing couldn't make up his mind and was hesitant. I'm sorry, big brother. I've disturbed you. Seeing Yun Nuashing's silence, Zihan thought that he was unwilling. Her little head was almost buried in her chest. She turned around desolately and was about to leave. Yun Nuashing was stunned. He quickly reached out and grabbed the little girl's arm. He laughed bitterly and said, I haven't said anything yet. Why are you leaving already? All right. I'm just afraid that I can't take good care of you. If you're willing, I don't mind. Really? Hearing Yun Nuashing's words, the little girl's clear eyes instantly lit up. Her voice was filled with excitement. Her happy and lively appearance made Yun Nuashing want to pinch her. Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded. He reached out and patted her head. When Yun Nuashing held Zihan's hand and returned to Yun's side, he looked at him with a faint smile. Then he looked at the timid little girl. Finally, he stared at Yun Nuashing and said with a smile, Little star, you have to admit that there's something wrong with you. In Yun Nuashing's arms, Ming rubbed against him a few times and muttered softly, Big brother found another little sister. When are you going to find a little brother? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Yun Nuashing was flustered.